Yeah, man. For some reason, anything I say on Instagram is I don't know why people be sharing it a whole bunch of times, but I didn't know internet. I didn't know the internet was this serious.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's all about the person and the message, man. So I think you might have a polarizing statement. So maybe just passionate. Sometimes when you're authentic and speak from the heart,
Yeah,
people gonna respond. And the
yeah.
internet is a place where information travels fast. So this is the clip that AM disagreed with. Here we go.
Black people have never wanted to assimilate into whiteness. And we have a name for those of us that do. Everybody that considers themselves a person of color has a slur for black people and have a deeply embedded anti-blackness that they practice and they know is practiced in their communities. What black people have in our community is a slur for niggas in our community that want to be like white people. All while y'all assimilate to these things, assimilate to the American dream that you got to be sleep to achieve. And the practice of whiteness is parasitic.
AM, just in the paragraph, what was it that you disagreed with? What was it that you didn't like when you first heard that?
Guy who had to escape that environment, and then seeing my friends who I look back and say, "Hey, we don't gotta live like this no more. Like I know the way." They look at me as a coon and a sellout, like he's saying, because I'm telling them, you don't have to sell drugs anymore. You don't have to participate in all of this nonsense. There's another way. So when I hear a guy say things like that, you know, for me personally, I know you said the paragraph, being a guy that's experienced homelessness, prison, father, heroin addict, mom, mentally disabled, and going through that whole transition to figuring my life out, hearing somebody talk like that is one of the major reasons why some of my friends believe that if they change their life, then society will look at them that way, you know. And it's hard because you gotta leave your friends behind. But that's why I took that personal.
All right, this mic on mute. Okay. I did want to play the video of your response. Let me pull it up really quickly. This is what you have to say in response to that.
Him right here, he loves to call any foundational black American a coon if they don't want to fit into this fake ass pro-black agenda he got going on. Okay? All these people are so pro-black, so pan-African, right? But the reality is none of that shit benefits foundational black Americans. It benefits tethers, okay? Because we are Americans. And I'm a dude, listen, I came from the other side. I came from everything that glorified, okay? You are not assimilating to whiteness because you want to live a better quality of life. And listen, I was a felon, a high school dropout. So these frauds like him that love to gaslight you and call you coons and sellouts because you don't want to fit into this fake ass pro-black agenda, this liberal agenda he got going on, man, fuck this nigga. And y'all listening to this clown. It's a clown.
How we feeling about that panel? Do you guys agree with AM and his views? What's your guys' take on it?
Go ahead,
I
Bo.
know we talked about this. Oh, was she about to go first or something? Okay, I know we spoke on this dude before, and he was saying some questionable shit, and I didn't agree with half the shit he was saying before. So I'm not surprised by him continuing this nonsense he's talking now. So this is I just don't understand certain individuals, but somebody else wants to speak on them, I'll let them.
Hank, when you say you don't understand, is it something particularly today that he said that you didn't agree with?
No, I'm sure there's more to this video. Just, I mean, I'm still based on what he said before. Maybe I'm just, I guess, holding a grudge against him from that time point stand. And then it's kind of hard to hear anything he says to me or says out, period. So maybe I just need to hear him out some more to try to give it a chance to try to explain himself, or maybe I'm just not understanding because I'm still holding a grudge, like I said before, against some of the bullshit I heard him say the last time we watched one of his videos.
We gotta be careful with that, man. That's how we can't tell if somebody
You're right.
ever evolved or not, because we ain't
right.
listen. We just tune them out
You're
at the
right.
door. Go ahead, True. I know you came off of mute.
No, I was reacting. my girl Bo was in the back chat, so I was like, oh, I can't wait to hear her perspective on this. But this is a very confusing topic to me, and I'll explain to you why, because it comes from my perspective. I don't know when this new delineation came into play, where Black Americans now are saying that we belong to a particular group, and then others derive from another group. I always assumed in my only 40 years of being here that we were all Black, no matter where we may have come from, especially if you were born in America, right? So now we're trying to define a new set group and figuring out who's more Black or who's less Black. I don't know. It's hectic confusing to me. And then I don't understand the infighting, because if you're Black and then you're talking to anybody in this country, I don't care how cool they are with you, you still Black. That's where, for me, it kind of falls apart. So I don't know the legs behind the argument. I've heard different people speak on it. So I'm actually here to be educated. When I seen the title, I was like, damn, JR, thought we was going to keep it peaceful today. But clearly, we going to start the week off strong and aggressive. I'm still confused. I'm lost. So I'll jump off the mic. I'll let someone else talk. Maybe they have more to say on the topic.
Go ahead, Bo.
So I agree with True. I don't know where we get this whole FBA tether. All of that confuses me. It's dumb, and I really wish we let it go. Now, I can understand why AM reacted the way he did. When someone mentions the word coon, that struck a nerve. And I can understand why. Because when I saw his actual video with this America First bullshit at the bottom, I can completely understand why that struck a nerve. A hit dog hollered. Because if I had never seen his video and I just heard him explain it the way he explained it to us, without the context of the video, I would have been like, wonder why they called you coon. Like, that makes no sense. But then when I saw his video, I was like, oh, that's why that coon word hit you so hard. Because you tend to be to people who use that word. I don't use that word. I don't call people that. I don't other people. I don't, divide us at all. If you Black, you Black, you with me, I'm with you always. I just have to put you in a certain circle. You might be a couple of people away from me, but you're still with me. You're still in that group with me. I don't other people like that. And I think that it is unfortunate that people who have view the people who don't, who won't, who can't a certain way, how they other them. I don't appreciate people who say, I like Black people, but I hate a nigga. You're dividing us. So I don't respect people who do that type of thing.
So, Bo, you don't think there should be a difference between the N-word and Black people? Why?
Because the difference between what you all feel is a nigga and a Black person is just purely experience, education, and how they've been brought up. All of us have been brought up in this very complicated system. Black people have a very complicated relationship with the world in general But the United States, especially, we have an extremely complicated past, and you cannot judge people on how they react to having that complicated relationship. You have to understand the pathology of Black people to appreciate the fact that these people are just people operating in the best way they know how, by the way that they have come up in this country and by the way that this country has reacted to them. I'm not saying that you have to be close to them. Did you hear me say put them in a circle? It may not be the circle closest to you, but they still have some type of circle because they are Black people, period. I don't make no distinction between Black people and niggas. I don't class us. Class is what white people do. We don't have a class. We are Black people. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Because look, there's a difference on how they act, they move, and how they operate and how they think. That alone right then, there's a difference. Now, we may look alike. We may came in the world the same way. We might have the same mothers and same fathers, but our mindsets are different. So there's a differentiation there for me. So am I going to treat them differently? Yes, I am. I don't want them N-words around me, all my kids, all my family. I don't want them. If they act like they in my family, act like I'm going to love them from a distance. I'm going to very rarely deal with them as least as possible because I don't want to deal with the bullshit that they bring to me. I just don't. Now, you may call me what they call coons. Call me that if you want to. I don't give a goddamn. But then at the end of the day, I want what's best for me and my family. And if that means staying away from the N-words, then so be it.
Go ahead, Bo. I know you want to respond. Then we'll go to True.
So my question then, Hinky, is what about the Irish, Italian, and Greek who are now white?
Yeah, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about them.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm being serious right now. You do know that they were the niggas of the white race, right? That's fair to say? And
I can agree with you.
So what happened when the Irish, the Italian, and the Greek became white was they increased their numbers. They didn't care about them. They gave them menial jobs. They put them in their place, but they still were in solidarity because a task had to be handled. That's why I asked you about that. I know you don't care, but I'm just I'm trying to get you to see how we could do the same thing. You can include them in the numbers. I never said that you had to have them in your house. I never said that you had to be friends with them. But I am saying that those are your people. And for numbers' sake, and because of the work, we are all going to have to get on one page, which is not, I like the way you think. No. We need to move this forward, because while you are othering them and pushing them on the outside, those people are pulling anyone who even resembles them. Phenotypically, you're white, you're in the number, you get the vote. We have this. We are growing the population of white people in that way, is what I'm saying. And I'm always looking at the end goal. That's it.
Yeah, but we automatically know they're gonna put us all together regardless. The other people, they're gonna look at us as all N-words. There's no differentiation between them and us. We know they're gonna put us together. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Now, if we're trying to take care of a common goal and we need to come together to do what we got to do, fine. But when they start acting a goddamn fool, when they start going left with it, when they start doing certain things and they judging us all the same, like every man is a violent, a woman beater or essayer or There's no way you can have a man running a child care because we don't want no men. And no, I don't want that shit. I don't want to be lumped with that shit. I don't want to be lumped with every black man as a deadbeat. But that's what happens. And yes, do I want to separate myself from you? Yes, because that's not how I am. That's not how my brother is. That's not how most of my family members are. Do I have N-words in my family? Yes, I do. It's not, again, I'm going to say it again. I love them from a distance. But I don't tolerate the bullshit. They can't come over to my house for get together because I know as soon as they get that engine started in them, they're going to go left with the bullshit. And I ain't with that. And that's anybody else who moves and operates and act like that. I don't want to be around you. I don't need you. You're not helping me. You're not making me no goddamn money. You're not no benefit. You're not providing for me emotionally, mentally, or physically. So what do I need you for? I don't want to be dealing with that. And so, yeah, if I need them for numbers, okay, cool. But when I don't need them, you go about your business. Good luck with whatever you're trying to do.
True. Do you mind if I address your question before you go, or
Go for it.
I'm not going to say I'm not one of these people who be arguing on TikTok and and all these groups with the FBA stuff, right? But I've always fundamentally believed that American blacks were different from Africans and people like that. But it's from a cultural perspective, mainly for me. We're different culturally, and that's really all I care about. Like, I think if somebody is raised in my culture, even if they're from Africa, to me, they're black. Like, you understand everything that I understand. You're seeing the same for the most part. The only difference would be, when you go home, who you turn into, because you got parents who you may have parents who expect certain things from you, or, you may have a different culture in the house. So those things play a part. But for me, it's mainly culture. And I think that's the distinction that I draw between us as Black Americans and other people who came here and they got a different culture inside of their homes that they're raised with. But it's like when you go outside into the streets, but then you come home and you got two good parents, right? There's two different cultures. You understand the street culture, but then when you go inside of your house, you know how you got to behave and all that type of stuff. So those are completely two different cultures, if that makes sense. To what Bo was saying, I have a question. Do you consider a racist and a white person to be different? Do you consider a racist white person and a white person to be two different types of people? Do you address them differently? Do you respect them differently? Do you see them differently? Maybe she froze. Because I consider like when people say a nigga, we knows what that means. It's a type of Black person that behaves a certain way, lacks respect for people around them, things like that. And I would say the same thing. It's just a distinction, like a bigot, a white person that's a bigot, right? You say, oh, that's a bigot over there. And you might say, I'm not talking about all white people. This person is just a normal white person, but that's a bigot, and I don't respect that individual. I just think it's a distinction. It doesn't say that they're not actually Black people. They are actually Black people, and they always have the ability to grow, change, and all these type of things, and be included with, and to go into a different class, whatever, right? They always have that opportunity. But a nigga is literally just a distinction of how somebody behaves. If that makes sense.
All right, I think maybe Bo might be looping. Go ahead, True. We'll go to you, and then we'll come back to Bo.
Yeah, no, I agree with most of what Bo was saying, but kind of like Hink was emphasizing, I think that there is a distinction, and then Mont came off the mic and kind of confirmed that same thing. I think what I see sometimes is we don't know the difference. I think that the N word, and then the title, and then the being Black, and then what's considered, foundational Black, or what's elevated Black, whichever, we sometimes, I think, share too much in the maybe the low level marking of the N word, but then we want to disassociate at the same time. And I think that that's where it becomes problematic. I've always understood that an N word was someone who was very ignorant, misinformed, misguided, and has certain level of behavioral issues. There is a distinction, not from the way they look per se, but what comes out their mouth, how they go about the world, how they approach and treat people. And typically you can kind of see that in the way that they behave. But I believe that I just don't know. We as Black people seem to almost we don't shame it. We don't give it we'll shame the Black people who want to elevate or remain on a level of excellence. We'll give them taglines like Coon and Uncle Tom and all that, but we won't shame the N words. That's the part I get confused, because what I know to be true is that one time we were more common in a sense of excellence. You see more Black people acting in a way of behavior and things that were more palatable, and then it changed. So now it's like we're talking about, well, we need to get rid of the N words, but you know, that's where I get a little confused. I think, do we know what it is to to be a Black person and walk in your skin and walk in your thoughts? And I think AM even said it. He went back to his people and said, we can do it different. So that's where I think gets a little bit lost. We understand the difference. Otherwise, we will be talking and marking people with taglines like Coon and so on and so forth. If we thought that all Black people were very much the same, then there would be no Black people saying, well, why you switch up, why you change up, or why you sell out. So I think we need to kind of expound upon where that comes from in our land.
All right. Does anybody want to respond to True? I know we got Bo back. I don't know if I want to let Bo go. Bo, did you want to respond?
I ain't hear nothing he said. All it was black boxes with swirls in it. I was like, I don't even know what he's saying at this point.
Yeah,
so you're gonna have to
Bo,
ask
you calling
me
a sellout. I see. You calling a swirl. You ain't shit, Bo.
Yeah, if you want to, you can go back and replay. Maybe scroll back on another device so you can listen to it. But go ahead, Viz.
Well, I do have a question. I missed whatever video you guys are talking about, but I do have a question to Bo. How does one become white? Because you said that the Irish and somebody else they became white. What do you mean by that?
You literally are going to have to read the book How the Irish Became White.
Because, well, I'm asking you.
I mean, that's a thing that happened. So only Northern Europeans, from the people from the villages in Northern Europe, were considered to be white. Southern Europe was not white. They were not considered to be in that class of people, or that class of people. So when it came time to I guess abolish slavery, I'm not sure how deep I can, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about this subject and YouTube and all of that, but when it came time for them to have the numbers to vote on the things that the South wanted to vote on, ta-da, Southern
like
Europeans became white.
Too.
Huh?
Sound like you might need to read the book too.
Again. Thank you very much. I have it in the other room.
My bad.
Yeah, I asked that because many of the white people that I know personally, they don't consider themselves white. If they're Irish, they say that they're Irish. If they're Polish, they're Polish. If they're Russian, they're Russian. They don't say, "Oh, I'm white."
But what box do they check on their application? Because none of those boxes are on the application.
Well, yeah, that's what would that be considered, a social construct? I suppose
it's race.
You know what a social construct is now. But what do they check on any application when they ask their race? Is it Polish? Is it Irish?
I don't know how that. I don't know how that was relevant to the conversation.
That was absolutely
my point is.
Oh, now I'm slow. You see how you do that? That's why we can't talk.
Wait, you just threw something in being extreme. You basically, that was a condescending statement that you made. I mean, that was clear.
Viz,
I
she
haven't
didn't
even.
finish the book, bro. She didn't. You asking her too many questions. She don't got the answers, bro. She did.
Yeah, so
That's why she doing it.
yeah, it's all that I'm saying is that people in general, white people, if we're lumping them in, they're not going around typically saying that they're white unless they're ticking a box on the application. They're saying exactly from where it is that they're from. That's what they're claiming. They're not saying, "Oh, we're white." To me, I think that is weird that black people as a whole, we assume that all black people are the same. All black people aren't the same. I seen a video of this African guy basically saying the same thing. Just because we got the same skin color doesn't mean that we're brothers. We just so happen to look the same. Black people, Africans in Africa, they were enslaving Africans. Europeans in Europe was enslaving Europeans. They was conquering everybody. Your skin didn't matter. So I think that is weird that we assume that just because we all look the same, that we're all supposed to think the same, have the same values, so on and so forth. There'll never be a time where we will all be on the same page, because that's not what it's supposed to be. That's not how it's supposed to be, in my opinion. We all grew up in different ways. We all have different perspectives. We have some black people that want to remain niggas, the N-word. They're okay with that. And brothers like Hink and myself, and I'm sure Trigger Mike, we don't want to live around that. And from what I'm hearing, AM too. I don't know. I mean, I came in at the end of it, so I'm just going off of what I heard so far. Some people don't want to live around that shit, so I don't understand the idea that we're supposed to lump everybody into this one group and expect for us to all just be cool.
All right. Let me just play this additional video that AM had the same response to, and then I'll get to the next person.
Do you know why you could see a guy with 400,000 followers in my comments threatening me about speaking the truth? Because I'm just like you. I'm a field nigga, okay? I'm a felon. I was a high school dropout. My father was a heroin addict and an alcohol abuser. My mother was a paranoid schizophrenic. I grew up in the ghetto. I committed all of the crimes, the pimp, prostitute, the shootouts, getting shot at, the police, everything. In and out of jail, prison. I got the baby mamas. I paid the child support. I've been kicked out of my kid's life, but still expected to pay. Listen, the whole story of a young black male, a black man in America, I am the living excuse. And I'm supposed to get on here and say, oh man, the white man holding me back. I make $40 an hour. I make six figures. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to get on and say, oh, there's no place for me in America. That's what they want me to hear. That's what they want me to say. Oh man, I'm a black man. The white man holding me down. Let me tell you something. They don't like niggas like me getting on this internet and telling you you don't have to be no victim to these liberals who trying to convince you that woe is you. If you need mentorship, DM me. If you need guidance, and I'm not just saying that because I make these Instagrams really for my personal mental health. But if you feel like, yo, I need to just reach out to somebody, just like get some guidance, you can reach out to me. Like I'm a real dude, just like you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even put a little bit of water in my face this morning. I'm just like you, man. Headed out to work, headed out in this cold weather. So understand, when you see these dudes with 400,000 followers, I got like 6,000, trying to throw pebbles down the mountain. You know what that mean? That mean God is working, okay? Because when I make these videos, I'm doing it from a perspective of a calling, not to get clicks and views and likes and follows. Listen, if I could reach one of you little black boys to tell you you don't gotta be no victim, you don't gotta let people to tell. Listen, I'm the living excuse, bro. I am the Thanos of, damn, if this happened to me as a black male, I can't succeed. I'm Thanos of that. That's why God is using me. And that's why these people at the top don't like dudes like me. They need you to be a victim. They need you to blame the white man. I'm telling you, the white man ain't do it. We gotta look in the mirror. That sounds crazy for a brother to say, but remember, I'm from where you from. I got all the same circumstances.
Go ahead, Willie.
Y'all said a lot, man. I hate responding after the second comment. So let me see. Okay, the first thing is I don't know why. I do know why. I enjoy when I see like these new sensational podcast guys come out because once you figure out who they are, you can understand like the content they'll be putting out in the future. I saw this back when we first reviewed one of his videos. All he's the Derek Jackson. What Derek Jackson was to single delusional women, he is that to woke niggas. And the best part about understanding that is just waiting for his collapse because it's inevitable. All these guys that get on here and do this performative stuff, create these characters, these personas, and then go and pander to a specific group of people, always end up failing. And with him, he's probably gonna get a white woman pregnant. Like, I can't wait to see what the downfall is, because when these people put this shit out here, all he's doing is he's making people who are already misinformed, which is black people, even more misinformed, and then giving them ideas that they can go try to metastasize to their own internal struggles and then use that to build a character off of. And I hate it. The saddest part is that there are people, the FBA verse, all of that shit is just dumb. And then we keep trying to put these people in our community on pedestals because they say things that identify with large group of people. He speaks to woke niggas. That's one. Two, there's definitely a difference between black people and niggas. I don't want niggas nowhere around me. When people say it's black fatigue, it's not black fatigue, it's nigga fatigue. They're sick of nigga shit. They're not tired of black people. They're not tired of the black people who go to work, mind their business, do their job, and provide for their families. They sick of the niggas that are in grocery stores twerking on shit, wearing bonnets, and they're wearing do-rags and tracksuits, have their pants half off their ass, that's harassing people in the parking lot, that's stealing and breaking in the cars. They sick of niggas and the spawn of these niggas. Like, that's the part that is why there has to be a line of, like we said, a differential for him between the two. Because if you don't, we glorify niggas. We only glorify black people until they get too successful, and then once they get too successful, they start talking about, now you a sellout, oh now you a coon, oh now you this, or now you think you better than us, because that black person's success forces that nigga to confront all the excuses that he had about why his life is the way he aren't valid, because the nigga that's successful, the black man that's successful, that came from the same background he did, had those same excuses, had that same environment, had those same hurdles. But now that man being successful, coming from where he from, it forces him to say, you know what, man, I just might have just been lazy, or I might just have been an ain't shit person. But there's always and forever will be a difference between black people and niggas, especially in today's economy and our climate.
All right, go ahead, trigger them and get to Shan.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say now. Willie kind of dropped the mic, man. Damn. I mean, my only point. Sorry, I'm still reeling from the fact that I'm going to hell in the back chat. So give me a moment.
I'm riding with you. Apparently,
I ain't said nothing, but I'm going to hell. God damn. All right, we just started, but God, Willie, you really killed that, bro. Kudos, for real. That was really it. And even like, I don't even know the guy. I don't watch his podcast, but just hearing Willie describe him, it's par for the course of what you see on here. And one thing I will tell you is that when you really get around these dudes, in order to achieve what he's achieved, to get the followers that he has, he's trying to identify with a group of people he no longer actually identifies with. That's usually like when Willie said all you got to do is wait for their collapse. It's inevitable, because his work ethic is probably so strong. He's done so many things, made so many compromises and so many improvements on himself that he don't realize that the people he pretends to stand for, he already left in the dust. Most people like that. It's funny, but he probably already sold out. That's what I'm saying, and he don't even realize it. Now to the FBA thing and all that type stuff, there's a part of it that I actually respect, and that's the only part of it I respect, is that if you are somebody that is separating yourself for the sake of preserving your history, that's just natural. So if people are trying to pervert your history in any type of way, and you're trying to be someone who's preserving it, let's say, then yes, you should do that, right? But someone already said it, that this is human nature. This is what people do. They tribalize themselves. So we don't even need to fight it. All right. And for most people in America, I would say you have to go, not visit. You have to go live somewhere else to see this. Go to Africa where everybody's black. You will see the most tribalism you've ever seen. Go to China where everybody's Chinese. You will see the most tribalism you've ever seen. People separate themselves. Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, Hausa. Then in those groups, they have different tribal groups, right? So that's just pretty natural. The reason why I say we have to kind of pause, it's not even as bad as you think. Here's a metric I'll give you. The war among black people, to watch my air quotes, is the stupidest shit I ever heard of, because it's the only black conflict with 0 casualties. And we know just how bad, if you really got conflict with somebody, you know there'll be bodies on the floor. That black war amongst FBA, Africa, is fake. There ain't no casualties coming from it. You know why? Because Africans don't really affect the lives of foundational black Americans like that. You can't name anything that they've done to negatively affect your life on a day-to-day basis, and vice versa. So it's just talking points. It's just something to, create a internet narrative about, for people to justify any type of victimhood or further tribalize themselves on the internet. It has absolutely no conflict. If any of y'all, would y'all really say y'all would stop eating Jamaican food? Some of y'all wouldn't eat, like, at least twice a week, or food from other tribal groups. So it's really all just stupid, and everybody kind of separates themselves this way. But one thing I will say, and I'll land with this, is that at the top, and I'm just saying, black people, they don't separate themselves by race. That once you become like elite, all of that talk goes away. You'll see in these Jack and Jill groups at the top, it's Black Americans, it's Africans, it's the Islanders, it's all ain't nobody. You have to ask them to figure out their lineage. All we talk about is money, because we agree in principle on almost everything. The way our children should be raised, the standard of their education is our responsibility. We agree on all the important stuff. So why does that little stuff even matter? So what I will say to people, and this is unmistakably true, is that if you are too concerned with tribalization and race, you ain't rich enough. Get your money up, broke ass.
Can I respond shortly? If you
Yeah,
don't
go ahead.
mind. I was asking Shan because she was next. It's like, I just wanted to make sure. One of the things, Mike, that I think that we have to also stop doing when we have these conversations, we got to stop talking to people who are black just by their skin tone, not black by actually living in America. I have no idea why some of the biggest people who speak on black issues are motherfuckers who moved here. It's an African, it's a Nigerian, it's a nigga from Portugal that always talk about like black issues, and they're not black. They don't even, some of them don't even live here. And then the ones that do live here, they still get the benefit from living the non-black experience when it comes to community, household, ethics, values, and morals, because they brought the ones from where the fuck they come from. And then they come over here and criticize ours for those like black Americans. And say, okay, well, you guys are suffering, you guys are at the bottom. Like, you know how crazy it is to have a nigga from a third world country move and talk about America, black people being at the fucking bottom? Like, sir, your lights are barely on. Your lights are on for 45 minutes every other Thursday. But you have an issue with gun violence in America. Like, you have to drive 2 miles to get water because one store doesn't have it. But you have the nerve to talk about single motherhood in America. It's like, it's almost as if those people are using our issues and like making money off our backs by talking about us, by creating these pages, these websites, these panels, all these other things, because they want to benefit off of something. Because they can't talk about their struggle because nobody gives a fuck that you drank out of a drinking well, But since it's trendy to talk about Black Americans and there's so many eyes on it, that's why they do it.
So not only do I agree 100%, that's why I said it's kind of just media fodder, where it's a profitable topic, just like relationships, and that's why people do it, right? So it's a profitable nature to talk about Africa in the same way, or that, like, that's why I'm just like, the tribalism part of it is always present, and because people jump on podcasts and yell tether out and all that type of stuff, it just keeps feeding that engine. So you're 100% right, but like I said, once people ascend to a certain level, I don't see that tribalism and nowhere near as intense anymore.
All right.
Am I allowed? Oh,
Well, Shandy, you want him to go? Or you want to go next?
Mine is short. For me, I think a couple people have spoken on to kind of my beliefs. First of all, I'm not here to knock anybody. You do what you do, right? Just don't do it around me. I like to be around people who think like me, who have the same values as me. But again, I'm not here to knock what it is that you do. You just can't be around me doing it. And and for me, sometimes I can't understand why people do what they do, but I guess it's not for me to understand, right? It's only for that person to understand. As long as it does not do anything to me. For example, if your behavior trickles over into affecting me, that's when I have a problem with your behavior, so to speak. And right now, unfortunately, that does happen, right? Because they think that we're all the same. But I mean, it's just there's no love lost, because I wouldn't even think this is a color thing. I think that just in general, for me, there are people of all shades that I don't agree with what they do, and so I don't hang around them either. So I don't know.
Hey, Shan, can you give me an example of how someone's behavior will trickle over into your space or into you?
Well, I mean, let's take race out of it. Let's take how you guys like to talk about women, right? Now all women hoes, just because you done came in contact with a few of them, right? There's no different. It's just taking it in a different subject matter. Now we're talking about Black versus whatever. You see a couple of them do it. They're the loudest. And so you automatically think that's everybody, right? Or you kind of generalize and say all women or all, women. Well, if they're doing the same thing, Black people. I think that that's when it becomes my problem, even though it had nothing to do with it.
I did have another follow-up question. So do you think other cultures and other races feel the same way when their people act in the same fashion? Or do you think that's something that we just think about?
I think that other cultures, other races have this privilege of being individuals. For whatever reason, Black people, we're all the same. We don't have it's all you Black people. It ain't okay. It's so funny because you can go and you can work with Black people that you get along with. You can go to the store, see Black people all the time, and then you see this one person on TV. It's like Black people, but meanwhile, you actually have people that you speak to every day who are Black. They've never done anything to you. You go to the grocery store, they're behaving, the way they're supposed to behave, but you see that one person, and it goes back to like the bonnets in the airport, right? It's 5 people with bonnets on, and we all wear them. Meanwhile, it's like 1,200 that don't, but because of the 5, we all wear bonnets in the airport. Like,
I'm gonna disagree with you.
Just this Black and this Black thing, it's taken that way in every subject we talk about, especially here on the internet.
I'm gonna disagree with you, Sean. I'm gonna disagree with you. I think every single race has the same thing. So, for example, white people's particular, the real one for white people is racism, right? So, if they see a white person being a racist, I'm pretty sure the ones that aren't racist are like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like what are you doing? Like, you making us all seem like fucking racist?" And that is the thing. Most of us think that most white people are racist, or even for example, like if I see a white man and I might just be like, "Yo, you look racist," and I don't even know the man. I'll be like, "Yes, remember that the new Buzz Lightyear movie?" I saw a lot of tweets that said this nigga look racist, right? It's a common thing, but not even just that. Let's say like just not using washcloths. There's some white people that use washcloths. It's like, yo, like why y'all actually like why are y'all skydiving and doing all this crazy shit? Like you know when we see something, we like, oh, white people shit. Like we just see something, we like, oh, that's because they white. They just do crazy shit like that. You know, we have that perception of white people. Or you think about Indian people, and it's crazy because sometimes I'm a little bit racist. You know, I flare up a little bit. But like I saw a video of some Indian people doing some dirty stuff, and I'm just like, man, damn Indians, right? But then I think I have a designer, right, who's really cool and he's really different than those particular types of Indians. And I'm like, oh, what am I doing? What am I thinking about? So I know that some of them are not this way, so I can't think that they're all this way. Or like Chinese people. Like we all have. I know I grew up. I don't know where y'all from. I grew up thinking Chinese people can't drive because my dad used to say all the shit. They say it, and my mom used to say the shit. So I still think they can't drive. I ain't gonna lie. I still think they can't drive. But I'm pretty sure it's probably a Chinese guy out there who drive real fucking good. And whenever he sees a Chinese person that can't drive, he's like, damn, you just making us look crazy. I don't know, but I do think each race has like a stereotype that other races kind of like put on them.
But I think
All right, let's get true.
I think racism, real fast. I think racism is bad. That's a pretty bad one, right? But in the grand scheme of things, especially in the airways, like in real life, I don't experience these things. I want to say that, but on the airways, it's just the portrait of Black. You know how people feel, and this is not just in the United States. This is global, right? With how they see us. I think I have a problem with it. And I think that that's because of the presentation that is put before them. I don't think that that's what really happens. I think that that's, I just don't like what has been pushed for us, basically, so to speak.
If I can, real quick, Shan, I think the contributing factor to that is a part of what you started the conversation with, of where I don't have nothing to say about it. Just keep it away from me. That's a part of the problem. So when other races see this, when they see these things being placed in front of them, and we as Black people, we take Bo's approach to where it's like, oh no, I'm gonna just ride with it. That then makes it look like it's okay for us, much rather than us flat out saying like, no, this shit ain't cool. We don't agree with this.
So there are things that are, I think you're thinking more like they're hardcore things. Like if you're talking about something that's going to hurt somebody, absolutely. But there are day-to-day decisions that are made that I don't agree with. Now, would I say those things?
Walking around sagging your pants is something that we should openly call out and say that no, this isn't acceptable.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, I agree. And we do that. This is not the first time we've had these conversations, right? We talked about this over and over and over again. We talk about the music. We talk about how we carry ourselves. We talk about all of these things. People got to make these decisions for themselves, right?
Black people do it. Niggas don't. Black people shame it. Niggas support it. How many niggas have you seen tell somebody to pull their pants up? I expect you to, as a Black woman. I would expect you to. Viz, as a Black man, I expect you to. But
I do it because of what I do. I do it on a daily basis.
But so some of these she niggas, they're not gonna tell a man to pull his pants up. Or you know what I'm saying, these other niggas, they're not gonna tell another man to pull his pants up because they pants is halfway down to their fucking ankles.
I don't think men are gonna do that, period. Because it's a thing called you mind your business because you don't want that. It's almost like, you know how when you guys are sitting here talking about what I'm saying, maybe not you, love. Like, I'm thinking about that line. But what I'm saying is, you know how y'all sit here and y'all talk about how women put you in bad positions, like you go out looking a certain kind of way, and now you put me in an uncomfortable position because I gotta check this dude. So you're telling me y'all just go out checking dude?
If I see a young boy sagging, I tell him, yo, young G, pull your pants up.
It's not always young boys. We're talking about people.
If I see another Black man sagging, but let me say this, let me make this clear. Now, all Black men on here know that there are certain types of Black men that can say certain types of things to other Black men, and it'll be respected.
Right.
If you are a Black man who other Black men won't respect off of your visual and what you're saying to them, but they feel like you're not one of these a guy who who is about who he's pretending to be or whatever, then they won't listen to you. If I see a young boy sagging, I can tell a young boy, yo, pull your pants up, he'll do it. If I see a guy my age, yo, listen, it's how about respect? Yo, G, we in a spot where, you know what I'm saying, just, look how these people looking at us. They'll do it, but it's how I'm approaching. I'm not being like, yo, pull your pants up. I'm humble. young God, for me, I got you, OG. You feel,
But I
that's
think that
it.
that's coming from you because I think that there's a I think you understand that, like, you know how to approach people, right? Because you've been around them all those type.
It's all about being humble. Yo, young G, listen, we in a spot where even if it's a dude my age, listen, because if it's a certain way you got to handle niggas, because niggas don't understand that where they at in certain places you can't do certain things. So you might have to be like, yo, young G, you know what I mean? For me, can you? Okay, I got you, G, cool. It's humble. I'm not aggressive, young G. For me, all right, peace, God. I appreciate you. That's it.
Hey,
That's it.
let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get Bo back. Bo in there.
I think it's supposed to be true first, then Bo.
Mhm.
I think it's supposed to be true, then Bo.
Then cool. Let's get whoever's next in there.
I just had a question for the panel as I'm listening to everybody. What would you guys say is the true definition of a sellout? Because I know that that's something that we've attached to people in our community. But what would you say is that? What does that mean? You know, I would like to be edified.
I think it's that definition has been broadened to include anything that woke niggas don't like niggas to do. Typically, a sellout is someone who will be like, "Hey, master boss, they trying to get away from over here. They trying to escape over here." That's the original sellout. And now someone who will sell out their, I think today's the most accurate definition would be someone who sells out their community for personal gain or monetary benefit.
Yeah,
It's
like
not. It's not
my bad.
all the rest of that trying to say, okay, well, you're assimilating into whiteness and all of that stuff. I mean, again, that's just dumb because being successful to him is assimilating into whiteness. Not wanting to live around crime, poverty, and bullshit is assimilating into whiteness. So you have to just when a woke nigga calls someone a sellout, it carries no weight. It just means that there's someone who's less woke than them that's not doing what they think a black person should be doing.
Absolutely. And I will also say there's a performative characteristic to it. And I think I've heard it called tap dancing for the white man. People will say they mischaracterize that all the time. But no, there's a performative aspect to selling out where you are compromising your values and integrity in order to sell out your community. And I will actually go out on a limb and say most people aren't even doing that. Most black people are not doing that. We all know what that performative. Oh wait, what's it? Look, balls. He's stealing the Mexican one. Hey, Mr. George. Hey, like that one. Like that's that performative type of selling out. But I don't think most people even do that.
Yeah, I think it's just like the word narcissist. It's just one of those things where and simp, right? It's just one of those things where a lot of people just want to make somebody feel a certain way. So they take that word and they make it do their bidding. Like that word is just a disparaging remark that they use, but when they use it, it no longer has an actual definition. I think in order to be a sellout, motive has to be there. You have to know somebody's motive. And in a lot of these cases, they don't have enough evidence to even know somebody's motive, or they haven't asked enough questions to try to even tell if this person is a genuine or not. So, yeah.
I think a sellout is somebody that tells black people that they can't achieve something because of white people. I think that you're a clear sellout if you push that type of message. I think you're a sellout if you ignore the damage that the music, that rap and drill music has done. You're a sellout if you think that twerking in public is okay. I think that those things are clear signs of sellouts, but when you speak out against it, somehow you're the sellout. So I think you're a sellout if you are keeping the culture and the state that it's in, much rather than trying to bring it out of it.
Respectfully, Viz, I think you're doing the same thing though. In reverse, I think you're taking the definition and you're muddying it to prove your point. But I think that those people, even the black people who you were just talking about, I think that they genuinely feel the way that they do, and there's no motive behind it. I think they just think that they're right. So I think selling out is like, yo, I'm gonna take this deal. Like, yeah. So I think you're doing the same thing with that, but I understand your point.
All right, Bo, what do you think for True's question. Now I know you want to respond, but you want to respond to this question before you go into your response to
Yeah.
the topic.
I'll just read this as my response. History does
Read.
not furnish a case. History does not furnish a case of the elevation of a people by ignoring the thought and aspiration of the people thus served. This is slightly dangerous ground here, however, for the Negro's mind has been all but perfectly enslaved in that he has been trained to think what is desired of him. The highly educated Negroes do not like to hear anything uttered against this procedure because they make their living in this way and they feel they must defend the system. Few miseducated Negroes ever act otherwise, and if they so express themselves, they are easily crushed by the large majority to the contrary, so that the procession may move on without interruption. That's what I think of sellouts.
At least you didn't
You
read
all like the
ChatGPT.
system that you are a part of. You don't want anybody speaking against the system that you are a part of, because that means that you cannot benefit off of that system, being that you are in the small minority of the people who are.
Look at God.
Yep. I completely
Hey,
agree. And I will carry that on. That was a great foundation there, Bo. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys had your mimosas or went to church, one or the other. Hope nobody's on the road. I know it's super slick out there. But when it comes to the question about a sellout, Bo, did you want to finish up? I know that you kind of cut out a little bit.
Yeah, you cut out.
I'm not sure when I cut out. As long as y'all heard the quote.
We heard the quote, yeah.
Okay. As long as y'all heard that, I just want to highlight that the small minority of Black people who are benefiting from the system that is keeping Black people oppressed are the people who do not need the large majority of people fighting against that system, because it does not benefit them. And I'm not talking about all of them. I'm just talking about those that it applies to.
For clarification, Bo.
So
I'm sorry. I just want her to clarify something about her point. Does that person have to know what they're doing?
They often do not know what they're doing. It was in the quote. It was in the passage that I read.
Okay.
They have been taught. This is something that you have been indoctrinated to think. It is ignorance. That's really all it is.
Hey, kudos to you for reading from a book and not going to ChatGPT. That's respect. I've never seen it happen on a panel ever in my life, aside from the fucking Bible. People want to quote the Bible.
Even that's a little bit iffy.
And then the motherfuckers love going to get ChatGPT to tell them some shit. So respect.
Hey, but I have a question in that.
But can I just chime in?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to touch on a couple of things. I'll touch on what is a sellout. I truly believe a sellout is a person who climbs the ladder and then kicks it down so nobody can get up, like climb it up behind them, right? It's as simple as that. It's somebody who, when they have attained a certain level in a system that they know wants to press them, they no longer care about the people who are still down there. They no longer care about the fact that there's somebody still there needing help. They no longer care about sharing information that maybe they learned the hard way and they could provide somebody with that to find an easier way of learning something they did the hard way. That would be what I consider to be a sellout. When you completely forget the institutional and systemic oppressions of your people because it no longer affects you. That would be what would be considered a sellout. And I want to make this evidently clear. Understanding a system does not mean you will continue to allow yourself to be confined and oppressed by that system. I actually believe in order for you to truly get out of an oppressive state, you have to understand it. So when you hear people acknowledge a system, it's not always to say, I can't get there because of the white man. It's to say, hey, I know what he's trying to do, but because I know what he's trying to do, let me preemptively think about ways to avoid these obstacles I know will be put in my way. So I think you have to kind of know that, right? So I don't like the idea that talking about something means you're saying that you're hopeless to fix it. I don't like the idea of saying talking about something means that we're saying we can never win, we can never overcome. It just means, hey, I fully understand this, right? Can can't remember the guy's name, but when you talk about the 9 areas of activity that Black people are being attacked, one time I was watching this, I can't remember his name, but he said, until you fully understand how deep white supremacy goes, you will always remain confused. So there's times where you're like, why is this happening? If you don't know why it's happening, then you're going to be asking the question. But if you know why it's happening, you have your answer, you can act on it. So I think that's what a sellout is.
Yo,
Go
let
ahead,
me
Viz.
just
Go ahead, Viz.
Go ahead, Trey.
now I was just gonna that was dope what Pretty Intellectual said. That ladder kicking comment was very dope. And that to me is very important because that's actually what I see happening most of the time. In order, the people that are out here beating and smashing generational curses and beating the system, let's just say, they are the ones that understand it better. And not only do they understand the attack, they understand the attacker. The reason you won't see somebody like let's say like me, for instance, always being mad at the white man is because I understand his reason and his purpose for his attack, right? Because just look at the position they in. I always give the anecdote of saying, how intimidating do you think it is for a white man to see the Olympics and the most pure sport ever is track and field, meaning like just your own body. You're not using tools, you're not using sticks, you're not using a team sport. It's an individual sport, and they have to watch 10 Black men race each other. You get what I mean? How intimidating you think that is for them that the most physically dominant person on earth is always Black? That means that you got to kind of understand that they believe that they're at a disadvantage in so many ways when it comes to you. That helps me understand their reason for oppression. That's why you're able to, like in my honest opinion, it's just penis envy. That's all it is.
Trig, I would push back on that point though. I understand it, but I think when you look at other sports like fighting, or when you look at strength competitions, I think we're faster than them, absolutely. But strength competitions, they hold their own, and fighting, they hold their own.
No, not so what I said is like pure.
You don't think that people from Dagestan hold their own?
No, I was about to say not bodybuilding, not like these targeted. You know they're on steroids too. I ain't gonna lie. The bodybuilders
They
are on
got
steroids.
the best
In
steroids.
every
the white ones and black ones though.
You know what I mean? Boxing, like look at the Mount Rushmore of boxing now. It's all Black dudes, right? So I'm telling you, that's just something that I realized. Like, in order for me, this man has penis envy. That's why he is trying to keep me at bay, because he fears my dominance. If this dude is bigger than me, stronger than me, if I let him be smarter than me, my wife wants to smash him. She always looking at him. Like, that's what I think they think about us. So it helps you conquer life a little bit better if you understand why they do what they do.
So I wanted to gather my thoughts to what Pretty Intellectual has shared. I think the part that I want to point out is that I'm 39. For at least 30 years of my life, I've heard what the white man did to us. But how often are we talking about?
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
He's not talking to you, Viz. He's not talking to you.
Oh, okay. So for these 30 years, how often are we talking about what can be done? What can we do to get past that, to surpass it? What have other Black people, African Americans, however it is you want to label it, what have they done, or how did they do it to overcome it, much rather than staying in this one box? When that is always a talking point, then to me, that's a person that's selling out. You're appealing to a certain demographic to keep them in this box, in which I think actually aids and pours more into the systematic.
That would be a different word, though. That's not the definition of a sellout. That's not what a sellout is. That would be a different word. You're harmful, yes, by helping people be complicit in their behavior, but that's not a sellout. Like that's.
But well, ma'am.
So even if we are going off of the
hold on.
Well,
that
hold
may
on,
be
hold
his
on,
definition of it, though. It's his definition.
That's my problem. That's his definition. That's my problem.
Well, so even if we are going off of the definition that was shared, so we then can't call the house nigga we then can't call him a sellout if he's telling Massa that the field nigga is running away, because he's then indoctrinated, right?
Indoctrinated.
Well, I guess I don't get I heard what you said, pretty intellectual and real quick. I think the depiction of the ladder kicking is what I've grown to understand is the sellout. But if we're being honest, if anybody on this panel is a progressive person, you want to label yourself progressive Black person, and you may mature yourself or develop yourself or scale yourself in a professional capacity, and then you try to share what it takes to get to that level, a lot of times it's not the fact that you're preventing people from climbing said ladder. A lot of times they are not mentally conditioned to do what you're instructing them to do. It's the very fact that you can tell them clear data-based things and they will fight you tooth and nail on why you're wrong. So that is what I see more often than not. And instead of adopting the fact that maybe I'm just not developed enough, maybe I'm not open enough, maybe I'm afraid. I said this the other day on another panel. I think Black people are scared of success, honestly, because when you tell them what you need to do to be better, they want to fight you on why they can't.
I don't fully disagree with that. I just don't think that would be the definition of a sellout. That would be somebody who's literally has generational trauma and learned helplessness, and they need to get that taken care of. They need to understand what's happening to them, but that's not a sellout, is what I'm saying.
Well, I guess go ahead, Bo.
I'm in the twilight zone. Jesus Christ. I can't. You know what? Let me say this. I love Black men so much. I love y'all to the moon and back. I really do. I really do. And I'm just gonna leave that there. And that's, you know what I'm saying? I just had to say that. But we have to stop thinking that just because we have the upward mobility that we had a chance to make it, that other people do as well. Now, I'm not talking about those people who you give the information to and they don't do nothing with it or they fight back against you. Like, I know that exists. I'm talking about the people who have the mindset, you got to get it like I got it. You got to fight for it. You got to struggle for it. Meanwhile, your white counterparts are out here giving away information to their own people because they need them to make it. And all but doing it for them a lot of times. Mm-mm. And meanwhile, we like, you just got to get it the way I got it. So we have to stop gatekeeping information. No trigger. No, absolutely not. Not doing that with you. Hink, True, Mont, Willie, cool. Viz and Trigger, we good. But we have to stop. We have to stop acting like there is not. I've been to conferences. They have full conferences. Now, don't get me wrong, it's behind a paywall. But they give away scholarships to these conferences. I have been to these business conferences where they give you everything. Meanwhile, there are Black people out here who are really trying to get it. And no matter what they do, they can't get capital for these dreams that they have. And my question to these people who think that you need to just pull yourself by your bootstraps, because I hate a bootstrap nigga. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. What do those people do when they are denied capital? They have the credit score. They have assets. They have all of the things. And the bank still says, absolutely not. You cannot get this loan. So that business, that dream is deferred. So what in fact, Novius, what in fact are they supposed to do?
Name.
Bo,
Can you name one person?
Bo,
that
she
has
not.
I'm not
Liz,
talking to you, Viz. I
she
don't
not
mean
gonna
no harm,
respond.
but no, Viz. No.
I don't care if you're not
Bro,
talking to me.
I wasn't even
Nope.
trying to address
Wait,
her.
Nope.
listen,
I
I
don't
was
care.
addressing the fact. Hold
Can
on,
you
real quick.
name
the
one
two niggas
person?
I
she
don't
not gonna
care.
talk
I asked
to.
the question,
No,
Viz.
no.
I'm not
Listen,
taking no questions from you.
I'm
I
not
asked the
even
question.
talking to
bro,
you.
If
That's
you are not
fine.
answering my
You
question,
don't have
I
to
don't want
take
to
it
talk
from
to
me.
you.
it's
That's
super
cool. I
easy.
mean,
It's
you
super
can
easy.
mute yourself.
No
So,
I
bank.
meant
real
that.
quick,
I
Willie.
Can you
really meant
name?
that I'm not having no discourse with you.
No
No,
bank
That's
is
Willie.
trying
But
to
I
fine.
asked
You
the
hound
can
question.
mute
somebody that has
yourself. Why are
all
you
of the
still
things.
talking
I
to
asked
me
the
then?
question because I was
So
still
Okay, I
then,
got
talking.
it.
can we please
I
name
I
got
was
you.
one
still
person?
talking. I was still
Can we
talking, and
please?
I asked the question. I was
Vince, just
still
let her
talking, and
finish.
I asked the question.
Vince, just let her finish. Go ahead.
Listen,
Go ahead and ask your question again, Bo.
You
she
asked the
asked the
question, but
question.
you still talking. How does that work?
Was you through with asking your question, Bo?
Yeah, because
Bo,
he
to
was
Okay.
answer.
asking
So
me a question. He was not answering my question, and I'm not talking to him. He can answer my question, but he cannot ask me nothing.
Okay, so
Bo,
okay,
can you ask the question?
to
Can you
answer
ask the
your
as
question? Hold on,
question,
Vince, Vince, hold on. Can you ask the question again so we can all understand? I maybe so I can understand. I missed it.
So my question is for the people who think that Black people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, they regardless of their upbringing and their situation, what are they supposed to do if in fact they have everything in place, the credit score, the assets, they qualify, but they are still told absolutely not? What is the recourse? Like, what are you supposed to do?
So I
go
was
to a
trying to
different
answer.
bank.
That's not a thing.
so that's not a
Yeah,
That's
thing.
yeah.
not a
So let
thing.
me. I was gonna
That's not a
say.
thing.
No,
Hold
and I
on,
can
y'all. Hold on,
explain.
y'all.
I can
I was
explain
gonna
how
say
it's
this
not a
part
thing.
to you.
It's super
Yeah,
simple.
let me
Go
say this
ahead.
What
to the
world are
question.
you in?
Mhm.
So
We
look,
not in
Let
the
me try to say this
1950s
to the
no more.
question. Hold on, y'all.
so look,
Go ahead.
let me answer both questions directly, right? Because she's not gonna bite my head off. Anything you two niggas say, she's not gonna listen to. The reason why it's not a thing, both, was based on what you said. If they have all the things, which you said, if they have all of the things, they get the loan. And this is the part that you missed. This a lot of people miss. We're talking about business funding, not personal funding. Personal funding is largely going to be based off of your personal credit and your personal track record with money and a business plan. However, if you have an established business, you went and got a LLC filed, you've done all of the other things you're supposed to do, and you have a credit score, then you are more likely to get a better rate for your credit. But a lot of these places are still giving money to businesses that have no income. So when you say they have all of the things, that means they have all of the things to be approved. Now, if you are saying, if your thought is that there is a large number of banks who are systemically and regularly denying people who meet all of their stated criteria and unstated criteria, because we all know there's that as well, and still not giving them the loans, that's when I have to disagree with you, because unfortunately,
Navy Federal.
this is an area in which I may be a subject matter expert in. But pretty intelligent. She literally said Navy Federal. As a guy who's been with Navy Federal for 20 years, I have never had them deny a loan for me. Even when my credit started with a 6, I was still getting what I wanted. However, my rates were higher. Now that my credit doesn't start with a 6, and I have businesses that also have credit scores that start, that start with 8s. There's nothing I can go to them and ask them for what I want, but it's because I have all of the things. Literally have all of the things. When you say you have all of the things, you're talking about all the things you think they should have, all the things that you think a bank would want. However, the majority of the people I'd say on this panel are not aware of what it takes to get a business loan. Like, what are the bare minimum requirements to get a business loan with a non-personal guarantee? A lot of states don't even allow you to don't even allow banks to charge you over a certain percentage when you're trying to put up your physical assets behind it. So that's what will make a bank turn it down, because if you're a high risk person, but you somehow have, a substantial amount of assets you can put up as collateral, they still have a basic lending guideline they have to meet in order to write that loan. So since they can't charge you the 16% or whatever the percent they want to charge, because you're still a high risk, a low credit tier loan for them, they're not going to give you the loan because you don't have all the things.
Okay, so the thing is that sorry.
Here goes the victim party. We're all victims.
Okay, so funny enough, same thing, right? I've been with Navy Fed for a while. Both my sisters are service members. I got my second mortgage loan through Navy Federal, and also my personal vehicle loan is through Navy Federal. This goes back to what I said about the thing about being a sellout. Just because it didn't affect me doesn't mean when I saw the lawsuit came out about discrimination against Navy Federal that they had to settle in, did I not think, something may have happened here. And this is exactly what I mean. Just because it did not affect me, I can now sit back, cozy, and say, this doesn't exist because I'm Black and I'm good. And I actually, funny enough, I actually think this mentality is actually why FBAs can't stand a lot of immigrants, because they think we have this mentality. So I'm glad that now people who are FBAs get to see that this is not an immigrant mentality. This is an anti-Black mentality. This is the mentality that Black people all across the diaspora tend to have when they've passed the worst. And a lot of times we don't check it when we see it. Just because it did not affect me does not mean it's not still a thing. If it wasn't still a thing, Navy Federal would not have had to settle in a lawsuit about discrimination because of all of the home loans that they denied on Black applicants who could be compared to white applicants who were approved. So when you're saying all the things, yes, all the things is something different, but all the things should quite literally mean the same amount of things that a white person has to do to get the loan. That is what all the things should mean. If you mean jumping through hoops that white people don't have to jump through, yeah, cool, we understand that. But it doesn't mean that we should not still challenge the system that still tells us that is okay. I understood that I needed to have better credit than every other Black person when I applied for my house loan, and I did that. I understood how that would be, how my Black skin would make people think I should not be qualified to purchase a home, especially being so young. I understood that. So I made sure I did that and more. But not everyone is able to do that. And the people who are able to do that should be able to say, hey, you know what? Even though I was able to, that's not right. It's not right. We should call it out.
I think this is one of those.
Clearly is. Go ahead.
I think this is one of those moments, and this is, I'm glad you said this, Pretty. A lot of times what we do, and I've observed it, is that we take, like the lawsuit, for example, we can't deny that didn't happen. And then we take our anecdotal and we don't give it a fair credence. What Willie said is exactly right. But a lot of times we still operate in heavy amounts of ignorance and base denials on race alone. Business is language. If you do not have relationships with certain institutions, relationships meaning a multitude of credit lines and so on and so forth, time and business, so on and so forth, your denial could be a denial even if you got a 700 credit score, because you have no relationship with them internally. There's internal bank scores and there's so many variables. And that's why, again, business is not so flush. And I think a lot of times we do ourselves a disservice because we think the global economy, business institutions work like we work. So if I come into business with Bo, for example, and on our terms on a very linear level, then it should just work in exchange. That's not how things work in business. There's cycles of lending that they do. There's so much money that they distribute in certain seasons. You can apply for the same loan in January, get denied, turn around in March, same loan, and get approved based on variables. It's very, very few times it has anything to do with race. And I think that's where we get caught up.
Yeah.
We're not.
True.
Can I
for the
just real
Navy
quick,
Federal
y'all.
speech specifically, this is the thing, right? A lot of times people just say because a lawsuit settled mean there's an admission of guilt. If you look at this specific lawsuit, right? If you see what was brought, why it was brought, it costs more than what they were asking to settle to litigate the case. Because Navy Federal went on record to say that, hey, we have no problem showing you that these denials are based on us not wanting to lend in these zip codes, which unfortunately did happen to be higher. They have a higher number of Black people in them. No issue there. But there wasn't nobody was able to go and take an application and say that, hey, the reasons why you get denied credit, right, on these two same people, they didn't have any of those applications to reference. The problem is the PR issue. It's not worth to fight in court or to litigate an issue and then take the hit, because now that you're in court, you want to get that shit out of the news cycle because they cost you money. It's a business thing that most people do. The majority of these lawsuits where something gets settled, it's because they just wanted to go the fuck away. It's not like when Cassie, you know what I'm saying, she got her ass beat, she deserved that $30 million. And it's not like when Bank of America was doing it. Now, that's a different conversation. It's not when Bank of America was blatantly do it and then they had to pay $680 million to settle those. Completely different. But what happened with Navy Federal in specific, since that's the bank we're talking about, it's just like I admire sometimes how people never let like available evidence influence their opinions. And then we take it to say, okay, well, you know what? Because I had to do this, which is the exact same thing Pretty just said that we were doing, is that because it worked for her. Nobody has to have if being pretty went and apply for a same house, they're going to pay. They're going to give the loan to whoever gets the house for the best price, because that means that bank, if they have to seize the home, they have more equity in it. So if she gets the house for 800, our credit scores are both 850. She offers 800, and then I come back and say, well, I can get the house for 725. They're going to give me the house because it benefits them. Banks are going to do what benefits them. And unfortunately, a lot of the times it's just not giving loans to black people because, again, as I've said on maybe 30 or 40 episodes, we are the most financially illiterate and irresponsible group in America.
So as somebody who's
Hey,
taking, real quick, let me just say this.
No, I'm about to get off the call. I'm only going to stay here for 2 hours because I had something to do.
Before y'all move off of Willie point, can we just let it sit real quick? Like that, he was making the distinction that just because the outcome was a settlement does not mean that there was actually racist practices going on.
And I was actually going to speak on that because as somebody like, listen, I had to ask these questions because I was looking at what Pretty Intellectual was talking about. It happened with Bank of America. It happened with Wells Fargo. So I was somebody who was like, am I going to be discriminated against because I'm black? As somebody who's taking $1 million loan from the SBA, okay, I asked these questions. What do I have to do? Willie said, what else could be happening with you is, what is it about me being black that might disqualify me? The counselor that I had said, black people are the number one people in America who have no co-signers. They all try to buy houses by themselves. He said, do you have a mom? Do you have a mother-in-law? Does any of them collect Social Security income? Yes, they need to be on the loan with you. Any business, any house you have to spread out the risk. And I have never been denied, not once. Not for $1 million business loan for the SBA, not for my house, not for my second house.
I love that.
What I'm saying is that we take those, you cannot take those individual things. Like he said, it would have cost more to litigate the case because they don't want to, and they don't want to lose their 20% customer base, which is black. Then they, like Willie said, they do not lend in certain zip codes in which black people want to live, but they can't actually say that because they're targeted for redlining and things like that. But once I did the education, I said, damn, that's true. We don't. The Indians do it that way. That's why they all own homes in the same areas. He said, that's what you need to do. You need to show them that you're willing to spread out risk. Anybody that has a sizable amount of income, if your sister, your brother, whoever, your grandma can be on the application with you, you need to do that. So the literacy portion on how people can actually achieve these things also needs to be talked about.
You just dropped game on us too. I just want everybody to know that he just gave us some game too.
And thank you for that too, because you see how you just did that? Niggas wouldn't have heard nothing that you just said. Thank you for that too. But listen, I gotta get off the call because I only could have been here for 2 hours. I kind of got some things. So I just want to just say goodbye to you all and thank you for having me today. I was just going to get off the call. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, right on, bro.
Hey, Trigger, listen, stop giving away the game that I charge for, bro. Like, that's not something that
we have to, because if we don't do it, bro, we'll be in this victim zone at some point. And like what's his name said, some people ain't gonna listen to it. They're just gonna stay in that victim box.
Yeah, the spreading out risk is a really big thing. That's something that I did when my credit score was started with a 6. I was able to spread out that risk. And like you said, I had someone in my family who was literally just got started receiving Social Security. And then my mentor was like, hey, put them on the loan.
Put them on the thing. Your mama got Social Security, your daddy got Social. My daddy live in Africa right now. And he on my home. Like,
what you got just did.
When more people start doing that, and then like, shit, we giving free game now. There's places where you can literally go hire a fucking cosigner. Like you can go hire someone to cosign for something.
They got websites.
Listen, and I'm talking about you can hire someone to co-sign for you up to a $3 million loan from the SBA. Like you can literally pay somebody to risk their credit, and then there's the legal documentation that goes behind it. So they're covered. But I just couldn't have.
You said I gave away too much, man. You gave away too much with that.
I'm not giving a website up.
What you got?
The thing is, a lot of this information is out there. There's plenty of conferences out there. There's plenty of people that's willing to give away the game, be it if it's free, be it if you got to pay for it. You just have to be willing to go out there and look for it. I think that's the other part of it. It's not only whites and Indians that's having these conferences to where people are coming out and they giving them the game. Black people are doing it too. Niggas just don't show up. They just don't support it as much. Or if they do get the information, they'll kick the ladder. You know what I'm saying? Just as we've been talking about. So
Just
the
like
information is out there. We're in the age of information.
Absolutely.
If you aren't able to find that information, then that's a personal problem as to why you can't find it.
If you
And the
want to
reason
hide,
I
if
said
you want to hide
Indiana,
something from a black person, you put it in a book or keep it off of Facebook.
yeah, and the only reason I said that, and this was my only disagreement with what Bo had said, is the white elites do that, but the white man is not the poster child for code sharing. We call that code sharing. The people who share codes amongst their middle class parts, like even poor parts, are actually not whites. That was the only thing that I said. Well, the average white man is not doing well. He's losing his prominence and his grip over America. The white elites are the ones that are buddy, shoulder to shoulder, selling every goddamn thing they have. And the point that I can make there is the fact that they're not sharing codes amongst people is the fact that you have to pay for the knowledge. The Indians are the one, in my opinion, that are sharing these codes with one another. And just to answer Bo's question and give another piece of game out, the reason these people are opening businesses is because they are actually the ones financing them. When it comes to these donut shops among the Cambodians, the Cambodian that been here for 20 years is helping the newly immigrated Cambodian open his donut shop. He's the one co-signing for that person's loan. He's giving them a cash advance, and that person's going to pay them back. That's the actual way to get this thing done.
Hey, that's a good spot. That's a good point, Trigger. JR wants to bring up. We're going to run through these super chats real quick, and then he got another video clip for us. Dedicated to my children's future 541 said Sunday Energy, Nigerian flex muscle emoji, everyone. Damn, I want to read this one too. The Bears sucked. Succeeded in having a good season. Almost made it, but maybe next year, right, JR? Hink, guess Baltimore did beat them bad. These are black podcasters that are being paid. God, that's a long one. The funny part is that people that haven't been to Nigeria are talking about Nigeria. Africans need respect. Africans Americans respect one another.
Come on, Willie. Come on, man.
Bro, why do I have to keep? God damn it. One of the best people I have met are white and African Americans. Humans are collectively mean and heartless. It has nothing to do with race. Nigerians are nice people. Learn how to deal with your people. My credit score is 730. I wasn't worried about race when I got my house. I'm black and I've never had a problem financing anything because I made good choices. My bad. Unc be streaming. Niggas crave being victims. It's not always race. If you need a co-signer, you already fucked up. Now that's not true, but I get where he's most of the time it could be. We all start off with no credit and we turn it bad. Some of our parents do. We've been here for generations and still claim victim. Windows Chronicles with the $9.99 super chat. Can someone explain why black families had to take their pictures off the walls because realtors would devalue their homes, depriving them of fair market value and wealth building? I would love to.
I think the realtors need to be held to account for that. What do y'all think?
Mike, that's the question. I have an explanation for that even pretty intellectual is going to agree with because it's bullshit and it happened to me. So I can explain that one very, very well.
They're not gonna want to hear that, Willie.
Oh, you want to hear what the outcome was for sure.
Okay.
King litigious nigga. So long story short, what happened when people were selling homes? When a realtor came in and knew that it was a black person's home, what they did was they automatically tried to undercut the person because they knew that it would be easier to sell the home for those lower values and assuming that the niggas were dumb and didn't know better. So what was happening was there was a couple who found out this happened. They had all their black stuff in, like all the black pictures of the family, decorations, decor, and they've got a house appraised for $600,000 that should have been appraised for $720,000. So once they came back and saw that, they saw that appraisal came back really low. They then said, hey, we're going to take our stuff out, put white people stuff in, literally went and got the default picture frames of the default. How you get a frame, it's got people, it's like white people in it. They went and put those up. They weren't even the same people on the pictures. It was just different families, different groups of kids. They put it all over the house, took some of the typically, black people live here decor down. If they moved Louisiana out the cabinet and saying put regular Tabasco in there, they moved the seasoning salt, put white salt. So then when the realtor came back and did an appraisal, a different realtor came back, did an appraisal on that same home, they got them $710,000. It was $110,000 difference.
Mhm.
And the only thing that happened is that they pulled out, and it wasn't within like some of the people saying that that's not why it happened. Well, it could have been different timeline. They got the appraisal 8 days apart. So that go ahead and debunks the fact that they're saying that, hey, this home would have been this much because property tax values came out. That's not what happened. It literally was because there was a black family in there.
Yeah.
And then they start looking to see how often that happens. And if other people are doing it after they told their story, and of the 200-300 people they reached out to, 100 of them said it happens. That's a 33% clip. So what that shows is that one is that our ignorance is being monetized.
Advantage of. Yeah.
It's being monetized, not just because of the fact that black people spend more money on bullshit than anything else. The fact that we miss opportunities more than anyone else as well. Because if those people hadn't automatically known how to look at what the comparables are for a neighborhood, and like when you're buying a home, you want to see like what the comps are when you're trying to buy a purchase, get a price, right? So if there's 3 houses on the street, one is 500, one is 575, and this is the smallest one, and the 575 is the biggest, and you got the middle, your price is probably going to be 530, 540. That's what you should expect to go in there paying. But if they didn't know to do that, then they would have took that $600,000 offer and been fucked out of $110,000 in equity. And then why it's so diabolical is because then that realtor would have been able to go sell that home and say, hey, I got a home I can get you for this price, it's worth this much. And she can go kiss the ass of a developer, another investor, and then they're going to let her eat on both sides. And what that means is that she's going to represent the seller and the buyer. So she'll get the 3% from the seller end and the 3% from the buyer end. And that's why that's so diabolical, because they do that shit directly to steal money from black people. That is one of the fastest and largest ways that black wealth is being taken from black people, is by shit like that.
And the only thing I'll add to that is that the only reason I knew it was 100% on the realtor is that nobody thought to ask the question, are black realtors doing this shit to other black people? And the answer is 100% yes. They are weaponizing what they believe is your ignorance.
Appraisers.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was trying to correct it, so we're saying the correct.
Yeah, she's right. It's appraisers. She's right.
No, what I'm saying is that the urgency of the realtor to sell the home and take a lower price is still also there, right?
Oh, 100%, because their appraiser gets a kickback from that realtor.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Like,
so what I'm saying is that
she's right.
As somebody I recently sold my house and then bought another house. I looked at that same urgency to say, why are they trying to undercut my price so quick? It's because these people want to make money fast. They do not make money when the house sits for 6 months. They want to flip it fast. So who can I undercut on price? Who can I tell that the appraisal is $50,000 lower than it's supposed to be? And that's why I'm like, all right, yeah, they definitely have to be held to account, because this is something realtors and appraisers do. And I think black people are.
Well, the appraisers are not. They can't. They're supposed to be an unbiased. That they're not worth.
That's why that's illegal what they're doing, because they're supposed to be unbiased and they're not. They're biased because, one, it's a black person versus a white person, and two, they're biased because they want to put money in their pocket. That's why if the fastest way to tell if a black homeowner lost money on a sale is if that house sold in under 30 days. That's the fastest way to tell if you left money on the table.
I think that my argument is maybe this was an appraiser who did this by looking at the pictures and everything. But I don't think that was necessarily because they had a conversation with the realtor.
So a lot of times realtors suggest appraisers, and most people don't know they can go get their own. Like most people who, unless you're dealing in real estate, you're not going to have an appraiser in your pocket. I have an appraiser in my pocket for all 50 states. So if I had a property I wanted to go look at somewhere, I would send my guy. I'm never going to let a realtor let me use their person, because that's now got two people who could be working for me that might be working against me. Because let's just say it this way. You're an appraiser and Bougie is the realtor, right? So y'all are friends. So you say, hey, Bo says, hey, Shane, come appraise this home for me. But listen, it's a black family. It's this neighborhood. But I think, I'm saying, the comps are this, but I think, we could probably get them to agree to saying, put it under contract at this price. So Bougie told you as the appraiser, now you come in and do exactly what she said. That happens I'm gonna say all the time. It happens often. So
I'm under the impression, I don't know if this is just state of Georgia, real estate agents don't choose their own appraisers.
They of course they're not going to choose them, but they're going to recommend them. And as lazy people are, if you find me something I'm looking for and make it easy, 8 times out of 10, that's who I'm going with. So, and they can, you would easily be able to hype your friend up. Like if you said you and what's the girl who's on her mistaking her friends? If she's an appraiser, do you mean to tell me that you would not be like, hey, well, I know someone who's an appraiser, she can come get it done today?
Well, lenders find the appraiser.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes the lender,
you don't have to use a lender. You don't have to use.
Well, if you don't have a lender, like if you're just buying, I guess you don't. But if you're getting a mortgage and there's a lender involved, the lender chooses the appraiser.
Yeah, but I'm saying sometimes the realtor has all of that streamlined for the person.
Exactly.
And you got to be careful with that too. Don't ever go with their appointed person. One of our realtors who I had to drop her because she's my wife's Jack and Jill sister. She didn't know. I said, why is she trying to get me to sign for an adjustable rate mortgage? Because the kickback on her end was the largest. And I had to figure that out myself. She's like, I don't want to do that. I have to. I'm saying I'm going for the fixed rate. She's trying to push me to the adjustable rate. That's insane to ask somebody to do that.
Okay. Bo.
But to pull it back to the actual topic, this happens more often than not. Black people will have wealth stolen from them by white people who prey on our ignorance and about whatever it is. So with that said, I think JR got the next clip that he wants to go ahead and run.
Bo, you gotta go real quick. JR said go, and then I'm gonna jump in there real quick.
The only thing I want to point out is the fact that we argue a lot of these topics as Black people in the United States, thinking that people like me are talking about race alone and not necessarily how race is a tool to keep us in a class war. And so when we're talking about this, like we talk about it like black or white, I am always talking about race and class simultaneously because we are all in a class war. And the cloak that they use is race, and you all fall for it every single time, not acknowledging the fact that they are using your skin to push this forward. They're keeping us divided because of that, and you all further divide us when you other your people. So like, I just want to let that be known, let it be clear that I am always talking about class and race at the same time.
Class wars are for niggas, not Black people.
What I wanted to say was like on this topic, I think what people, one of the big mistakes we make is assuming that things are due to our skin color. Like for example, when I used to sell phones, I did the same thing that I think that the people that Willie are talking about were doing. You recognize a pattern of ignorance, and then you understand that you can win, you can make money off of these people's ignorance. A lot of people do that when they sell cars, right? I'm pretty sure somebody would prefer to sell a car to somebody with a 500 credit score than an 800 credit score. Because the person with the 800 credit score, they're going to come in with a lot of questions. They're going to be comparing prices. I'm going to come back, I'm going to look online. I'm going to look here. I'm going to do my due diligence, right? When I used to sell phones, they wanted us to like sell speakers and all these other type of things. And one of the things that I noticed is I could identify an impulsive buyer just by looking at them immediately, right? And I knew that if I could get that person approved for whatever it is, they're going to take it every time, right? So I would sell things and add things to people's bills because I knew whatever I get them approved for, they're like, yeah, I'll take it. Versus certain other people who I could identify them based on patterns, and I'd be like, I didn't even want to take white people when they walked in. I'm not gonna hold you, because the white people, all they wanted their phone fixed. They having an issue. They was never in there to spend no money. So I didn't even want to take them. I said, oh, the white lady, I'm trying to go to the bathroom while they all, somebody else to go take her. I don't even want her in front of my face. But I recognize that, and I think that we don't account for that. Like in a lot of these industries, they just recognize the ignorance. They like this black person not going to go and get another appraisal, or they're not going to go. They just going to go with me, So that's a big part that we're not talking about. And when we don't talk about that, we actually are what I think we're doing is we're not actually fixing the problem, because that's a big problem. It's just the financial education.
No, Jay, I can go after the clip, man. Go ahead. We need to get back on it.
This is gonna ruffle some feathers, but I'd like to read a book. First, they came for the socialist, and
What are we supposed to respond to here?
That was.
I think
now you niggas quiet.
Yeah,
we saw pretty looking pretty.
It was low, JR. It sounded.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything. I read what it said about Haitians eating pets, but
you can respond to her wig. You know, the wig that she had on. So
She looked pretty. Don't do that. She looked very nice.
Wait,
Real quick. Hold on.
She really looked really pretty in
Shan,
that.
I have a question, just completely
That's all
maybe off topic, but why when a man doesn't agree that someone's pretty, not saying that she's not? If
she looked cute,
that's the thing, right? But why do women always try to push off the fact that y'all think somebody looks good on everybody else?
So because the fact that you just came out and said that,
who is you? I didn't say anything. I'm asking you a question because
I'm talking about Hink. Right?
I never said anything about her look. Only thing I said was her wig.
Said something.
I said something about her wig. I mean,
but seriously, that's one of the weirdest things.
If that's what you think.
No, it's weird to go out your way to be negative towards somebody. To me, that's weird.
No, it's not. That's the internet.
I would just not say anything, because I can say something about everybody on this panel. I'm pretty sure they can say something about me, but I don't do that. I don't move like that.
So it's okay for y'all to lie.
And it's a genuine nice thought, I'm gonna say that, but I'm never gonna say anything negative about somebody. That's just
but
they wish they could wear the wig and look cute, but the quality of the skin is just not what it needs to be in order for it to blend properly with the wig. So the problem is that when they don't look the way they need to look to be a cute girl and put that wig on, they're gonna have a problem with it and hate on it.
I don't think every woman is
pretty. So I think you should worry about the quality of your complexion.
Women call other women pretty. To me, I think y'all doing a disservice to these women by lying to these heifers, saying they all pretty. Why do you think they're pretty? What makes them? What makes this woman look? What makes a woman look pretty when they're not pretty? Why? Because they got a nice personality.
That girl is pretty.
Well, why can't we
talking about? I don't know who you're talking about.
He wishes I was ugly. He wishes I was ugly.
I don't give a shit about you, man.
No,
you
wish I was. I know. But you care to talk about my wig. You care to talk about my wig. I can mail it to you.
I just talk about.
It was on promotion. I got
talk about women who wear wig. I just think it's self-hate. That's all I think. That's just my opinion. If you weren't a wig, you hate yourself.
I can help you blend, sis.
I just want to point out that Shan did not answer my question at all.
I can help you.
No, so Willie,
I got you.
At all.
So Willie, you didn't think that would be straight. I thought Hink was just being funny.
That has nothing to do. What I thought about what he said has nothing to do with anything.
You said what now?
What I thought about what he said, I let him and her have that conversation. The same way I'd had a conversation with her if I said something. But what I asked you was, I was asking your opinion, but I know where Bo's stance on this is, and I have an idea where Pretty stands on it. But for you, because you did it, why is it that when one man doesn't think a woman is pretty, y'all will say, no, you're wrong, as if your view of her being pretty is weighs more than his because you think that the person is pretty.
Well, he said that he didn't say that, so.
But you still answered it. So that's why I'm asking you, why do y'all do that?
Because, okay, so I can look at somebody and be like, okay, I mean, I just think that he was, I just, like I said, I think he was playing. And so, because I know Hink's personality, and I was just playing around with Hink.
All right.
While we are waiting, because I don't think that Hink is just going to sit there and just call somebody out on their looks for no reason.
That's the thing about it. I didn't talk about a look. I talked about the wig she had on. I said, okay,
that would be like somebody
to comment on the wig.
That would be like somebody making fun of my hat because, like, it's a hair hat. If you made fun of my hat, I couldn't be mad because you made fun of my hat. It doesn't mean that I'm ugly. My hat might be ugly that day, but to again, just understand. I just want to point out my question wasn't answered because We're just talking about it.
I know you just didn't like my answer. That's
No,
the
you
answer
didn't answer the question directly. But
Well, I think
not a-
JR's ready to play the clip, so now we can actually hear what she has to say about reading or something. She started off saying,
And get some tips on laying.
"Yeah, I'm good, man, but I appreciate
I'll
that.
help you out.
No, thank you."
This is gonna ruffle some feathers, but I'd like to read a book. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the JEWs, and I did not speak out because I was not a JEW. And then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak for me. This was written by a Protestant pastor during the Holocaust, and it still rings true today. See, xenophobia is a tool of white supremacy. It is, and it always has been.
Okay, so we can.
And you have allowed your xenophobia, your need to delineate, to fuel you and Black Americans to be tethered to our version of oppression. This is not an aha moment. This is not an I told you so moment. This is deeply terrifying. Because while there is a country for me to be deported back to, this hate and hatred for immigrants that has distracted you into forgetting that you have always been their true enemy is what has led to them now having a tool to displace and disenfranchise even more Black Americans. Please understand that. Look at the cities that are being hit. These are not cities that have a high Black immigrant population. These are Black American cities. Wake up. They simply use your hate for us to distract you while they created this perfect weapon to use against you. And you help them. Please understand that.
I'll just get mine out the way real quick and let you niggas talk about this. They don't hate immigrants, or they don't have issue with immigrants. They're not mistreating all immigrants. It's the motherfuckers who aren't here legally, that shouldn't be here. If you didn't go through the process to get here legally, take your ass home. It's simple. If you don't like what ICE is doing to you, get on the boat, the plane before they put you on it. Because you can buy your seat, you can pick your seat when you buy your ticket. If they see you on a ticket, they put you on a C-130 and you might not have a seatbelt. Like, I have no issue with our immigration policies being enforced the way they're being enforced, as long as they're being enforced on illegal immigrants. Where I draw the line is that where people who are born here, who are citizens here, are being stopped and harassed because they look like they're foreign, because they act like they're foreign, or because they live in a very foreign, dense area. That's where I have an issue with. But like some of the, the shock, the rage bait posts in there, right? That's just media. That's nothing. I don't even think that's a dirty tactic anymore to do that. But what I will say is clearly, being from Texas, even the legal Mexicans in Texas don't like illegal Mexicans. Like, they are telling on them. There's a tip or for elementary in Fort Worth, or not Fort Worth, but in Brownsville, that is largely Hispanic. A legalized Mexican reported that the majority of that school was illegal, and ICE raided their kindergarten graduation ceremony. So no issue with that. Where I do have an issue as a human, though, as a father, is when those kids who were walking across the stage realizing like that their parents just got snatched and they are likely to never see them again. It is a high probability that they won't. But I can't say that as a part of Sam, as a follower of law, that they did anything wrong, because that is well within their purview of the politicians that we voted and put in office. But we're not going to, we should, I wish that people would stop trying to say, you know what, hey, ICE is bad. ICE is out here killing people for no reason. ICE is not doing their job because of a few isolated incidents. And then they try to take it to, you say, well, it's Bo call them the characters in office. They put it on him as if Obama didn't deport more people than Biden and Trump put together. So, that argument is going to fall flat in his face. But again, it's just the illegal ones. If you're not here illegally, take your ass home. You have nothing to worry about.
Well,
I'm
I'm trying to understand this, man, because she said black cities, and yeah, I don't know what black cities in Minnesota. I mean,
DC.
I don't know.
It's in DC. It's in DC. It's scheduled for Atlanta.
Look, but where we're having a problem with right now is in Minnesota, right? We have it in. They had it in Portland.
Before that, it was Chicago. It's
Yeah,
a black American city.
The cities that they're targeting are the cities that are sanctuary cities that Democrats,
and that's what they signed up for. They got the tax break. They're getting the money for it. They signed up for this. So what's the problem?
Yeah, like it's almost as if they intentionally put this together so that they can use it as leverage. They intentionally brought all of these illegal immigrants into black communities, and then somehow tied black communities to the illegal immigrants that's there, that's actually taken away from the funds of the black communities.
Chicago, for the record, Chicago is not a black city, man.
Well, wait, where the areas where it's happening in Chicago, Hink is black. That's
no,
we can't argue that point. But what we can argue is that the reason why
she said in the black cities.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Well,
black
maybe
cities.
Okay, so let's just give her.
I'm going by the words she used.
Let's give her the grace and say that she meant in black areas.
No, I can't,
right?
because she's saying this because it could affect her. I think that's why she's
used
worried
a bigger
about
word
deported.
because it made it more sensational.
I don't know why I can't.
It is no. I said what I meant. I said what I meant.
Okay, cool.
Like we don't have to mince words.
Really, you heard what she said.
Chicago is a black American city.
There you go. So no grace for her.
It is. Chicago's not a black American city.
No, Willie, don't say ass.
No, it's not.
Let her stand on that goddamn
Parts
island by
of Chicago are, but not all of it. Hell no. I'm not even from Chicago.
I didn't say all of it. Did not say all of it.
Well, when you say Chicago, that's the totality. Because you didn't say part
it's
of
not
Chicago,
a black city.
It's not black at all.
Good to know. All right,
but to be fair, they put immigrants in. They put immigrants in black cities to dilute black votes. That's the tactic. They want to bring immigrants into black cities to dilute the black vote, and then they get to talk out of the other side of their mouth and say, "Hey, well, while we're over here messing with these Mexicans, let's see if we can round up a nigga or two too, and see if somebody complains about it." But so far, that's not what's happening. What's happening is, like you pointed out in Minnesota, 2 motherfuckers got killed for, again, this is just common sense. I think as black, this is what black people understand. We have common sense. Why are you arguing with motherfuckers that have assault rifles and are out here willing to beat your ass and kill you in the first fucking place for something that has nothing to do with you? And then the way that you're doing it is not where you have none of your legal protections. There is a authorized and suggested way to protest. There are rules that will protect you. These people who were the girl who got killed in her car, the dude who took off of his, $200,000 a year job to go protest or whatever he was doing and went down there and got killed. Mind your business. Or if you decide to mind somebody else's business, be informed about how you can mind their business and then stay your ass out the way.
But Willie, you said it earlier. You hate when these people come over here, don't know what they're talking about, and just want to spread and talk about black people. Did you not say that earlier?
Yes.
This is one of them.
How so? Put it down.
She has no idea. She just assumed certain cities was black cities. Has no idea. But she
to you because you're being ridiculous.
No, I got you.
I have no idea.
I got
so
you.
I know what you're talking.
Comes over here and that shit. She has no idea nothing about it's about.
I'm also not talking out of the Benji of my hairline either.
Right? She's an outsider.
I'm speaking out of what I've researched.
So it's cold on the outside looking in. She has no idea, and that's why she keeps trying to talk over me. If you want to
disregard that a large percent of the population in Chicago,
ma'am, you put it out there like it's fact, though. You can't do that. That's called misinformation. And when you spewing misinformation, somebody will just listen to you based on your look.
If you
somebody will just listen to you based on because you had your
cleavage
out. Somebody will listen to you because they feel like you may be pretty and they hear that bullshit, but they don't understand the information that really needs to be
that's perfectly fine, but you don't have to be
angry like you do.
Just because you're ignorant about how to lay your Bengay and how to get your hairline snatched does not mean you have to be mad at me about what I've researched and what I know and what I don't know. Okay? How about you ask me what I know? But what I know is that Chicago is a black city. If you do not want to acknowledge that, I did not say it's an all black city, but Chicago is a black city.
It's just not.
If you do, relax. If you don't want to acknowledge that, The
Now
large
just let the heifer
population
talk.
of Black people
I'll
that is
speak when
in
she's done.
Chicago, that's perfectly fine, darling. You don't have to. But you don't have to assume my ignorance, right? You can ask me what I know, but I'm going to concede to y'all and just say, hey, you know what? If that's not the case, my point still stands. And my point was that they're not targeting cities that have a high illegal immigrant population, because those would not be the cities, right? You'd want to go to the areas like in California, South Florida, New York. Those are the areas that are very high population of immigrants and also sanctuary immigrants. So yeah, go ahead and go there. Why are you in Chicago is my question.
So
Well,
Chicago isn't a black city because the
Florida
majority of
is
people in
actually
Chicago aren't black. That's what'll make a city black. If the majority of people there are black, then it's a black city.
It's a city with the highest population of Black people in it.
It's
Well,
number
Chicago
62.
If you really
Well,
go by
let's-
the numbers,
It's number
if you really
62.
go by
It's
the
number
numbers of the
62.
census, oh, okay. If you really go, you just got that from Mont. I know.
Well,
If
Mont
you
got
just
it. If
like,
Mont
yeah,
got it
you
from
just
the U.S.
number,
Census
it's
Bureau.
number 62.
Jesus
Did you verify
Christ, man.
yourself, or you just riddling what he just
This
said?
No, that I know that
crazy.
Mont gets his
This is
source.
what I'm
He knows how
So
to
talking
you're
cite
about.
parroting
sources.
what he just said instead of looking it up yourself.
It's
But this is
nothing
what
wrong
I'm
with
talking
parroting the
about.
truth.
Unfortunately, people will listen to you because they think you a certain look and you look this way. They'll listen to you because you're making this
What way?
information. This shit's not even true.
just talked
But
about
you'll
my
put
wig.
that, ma'am. When you was talking, I said on mute. I didn't
You're
say a
right.
word. Can I get the same respect, ma'am? Thank you. So when you put out this false information, these lies, and this totally inaccurate information, people will start listening to you and think what you're saying is true, and it's not. But yet you're gonna keep spewing because you have no idea. You don't really have a dog in the fight here. You're an outsider. Like I said, it's cold on the outside looking in. You on the outside complaining now because it's hitting you. You don't want to feel like your ass gonna get deported by ICE. That's what your concern is. You're not part of this. You don't understand the struggles. You don't understand the fight we have to deal with. You on the outside looking in. Like Willie
I'm
said
gonna be okay.
earlier, we hate people when they come over spewing this bullshit when you know you're not a part of it, when you really don't give a shit. Because like you said, you had a home country to go to. You can take your ass back. We can't. We stuck here. We got to deal with this. You don't.
Hank, the reason why I entertain the conversation because it's an outsider talking about a non-black issue. If this was the black issue, there'd have been no conversation to be had. So just for your edification. But again, by default, if a black city, it needs to have the majority of people in that city need to be black. There are several zip codes in Chicago where the majority of people are black. Several. Unfortunately, that may be where these raids are happening too. So the outsider is correct on that one point. Just the point of disconnect is that Chicago hasn't been a black city for a while. I'm a primarily black city. And people say, well, the mayor is black. Congratulations. Does America had a black president? Does that mean that we were a black country? Fuck no.
Yeah.
So I mean that logic just doesn't hold.
Hold on, Mike. Let's go ahead and get Bo in there and then for the intellectual, and then we go to Mike. They had their hands raised in the back.
She's not an outsider of the diaspora though, because we all have similar experiences in that way. But here's what I will say. Per the conversation, I am in a black city, and I am in one of those cities that they sent all of these people to. All of the agencies are here, and we are not a sanctuary city. So they're not attacking us because we are a sanctuary city. And they are also not necessarily going after undocumented migrants. They're going after everyone. Doesn't matter. They're making all kinds of arrests. If one person pulls you over, all of the agencies come. You got 4 and 5 unmarked cars right behind you, running all your information. They are harassing businesses here in the city because they don't want to serve them. They're being bullies. So let's not act like these people are out here doing the good work. They're not. Like, they are largely just bullying citizens. So we have to acknowledge that, yes, they are out here doing one job, but ICE is no longer like well-trained people. They are just paid mercenaries. Can I say? I don't know if I can say that, but they are paying people just off the street. They are literally just hiring random people now. So like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't disagree with a lot of what was said, but we do still have to acknowledge that these people are out here just fully harassing people. They've gotten people fired from their jobs, from pulling them over, making them late, taking their things from them, and they can't get to work now. Like, so I'm just trying, like, we have to acknowledge that some things are being done now that are not fair, that are not what was supposed to happen.
Can someone
let
ask
me
her
ask you a question,
what
Bo.
city is she talking about?
Hold on, Viz. Hold on. Before we get this out of order again, Bo, real quick, just ask you a question. You're saying they're going after everybody, right? In these raids and sweeps. Have you ever seen a DUI checkpoint before, or like been on the freeway or a street and they got a DUI checkpoint, like on the holidays or whatever?
Yeah.
All right. They're looking for people who are drunk driving, whatever, DUI, DWI, whatever the version is. Do you think that just because you're not, if that you get to the front and they pull you over and they say you got a warrant for something, that they shouldn't take you to jail because that's not what they were looking for that night?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I didn't say it's what you're saying. I'm asking you that question.
Oh.
So do you think they should give you a pass? Like, hey, yeah, okay, shit, I know I got a warrant.
No.
So you think they should arrest you or let you go?
Arrest, because you got a warrant.
Okay. What you said was that they're going after everybody, comma, and they're making all kinds of arrests. It's because where they are looking, this may be even to Pretty's point, that where they are looking is largely black, and unfortunately, we tend to have a large number of legal issues that remain unresolved. So they may be going to look for Uncle Julio, but then when they find Deontay, and that nigga has a warrant for child support, he's going to jail too.
That's not what I'm saying.
He'll be sitting right next to Julio, Jose, and Juan, and having to go get 3 different public defenders and a translator. There's nothing wrong with that. If you were at my house and say I was hosting this panel at my house and we came over and y'all didn't know that I was a serial killer and I got bitches strung up in the balcony. They come over here to raid us and they get everybody's ID and find out that Pretty, she's illegal, Mont's illegal, True got a warrant for child support, Shane was selling ass, both got Bougie got a ticket for stealing from Target. We're all going to jail. The difference is I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. Pretty's getting deported, Mont's getting deported, True gonna have to put 10% of that child support thing down. Shane gonna get a PR bond because selling pussy is not really a big deal. And Bougie gonna get a PR bond because she got to get back to her kids. We're all going to jail regardless of what they came looking for. They had problems.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what your logic implies, though.
But the larger point that I'm making is they are simply just harassing people. The woman that I'm speaking of, that got fired from her job. She got fired because she worked for TSA at the airport. They put her, because she got pulled over, literally for no reason. Like she didn't put her turn signal on when she got in the turning lane, right? So then when she got pulled over, she was confused as to why she got pulled over. They took her out of the car. She apologized. I'm sorry, blah, 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 whatever. They weren't trying to write her a ticket. They were trying to detain her for a turn signal. Someone came along, recorded this, and because she ended up on the internet in her TSA uniform, she got fired. Another person, they towed their car because they detained them for almost no reason. Like, of course, there was probable cause because it's all you need. A turn signal is a probable cause, but not to get detained. Like they're going too far. And if they ask a question like that lady did, all she was asking was, why was I pulled over? If they ask a question, they're being detained because they said that they are, what is the thing with resisting arrest? Mm-hmm. When they haven't even been, like, I'm just saying, like, these things are going on in this city. They are harassing people. That is what is going on. I get what their job is, but you can't just all out harass people for
Yeah.
absolutely no reason.
I want to whoever I
Oh, hold
talk
on.
to.
Can I please respond first?
I thought I was next.
No, in the order
I thought I
was.
was. Maybe I'm strong. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I was at the bowl. Oh yeah, I'm
It's at the
sorry.
bottom of the
Say pretty.
screen.
It say pretty. I'm sorry.
I don't know who this then nigga is, but yeah, it's for y'all next.
Okay.
I apologize.
So I just want to make a quick clarification. When we talk about Black majority cities, I'm not meaning Black people in comparison to white people. I'm meaning cities where there's a majority of Black people as compared to the entire country. So for example, let me just kind of bring this to the forefront. Jackson, Mississippi Fulton, Georgia, and Jackson, Mississippi, top two cities for Black population. However, both of those cities have under 200,000 people in it. Even though they're 93% of the total population, there's less than 200,000 Black people in those cities. If you look at the cities with the most Black people in it in America, Chicago is always in the top 5 because it has over 3 million Black people in the one city. And there's 40 million Black people recorded in the country. So that's what I mean when I'm saying if you want to go to a city where the majority of Black people are, you wouldn't go to a city where there's 100,000 Black people just because they're 93% of the population. You'd go to the city where there's 3 million. That's what I mean. Like when we're like, it's almost as if when you're hearing something, you're thinking I'm saying it as a shot versus understanding what I'm saying. Why are they going there? Why did they send illegal immigrants there? Because we were all there when all this happened. We were all there when Ron DeSantis shipped a bunch of immigrants from Venezuela up to New York. We were all there when the mayor of New York was like, what the hell? Like that literally happened. I lived in Florida at the time. He did that on purpose. He did that to purposely inundate liberal Black cities with illegal immigrants, even though South Florida has the infrastructure for it. And South Florida has been utilizing illegal immigrant labor to keep the entire state afloat, which is why when I started to cause all that it's doing right now, construction has ceased in Florida. Like that entire state, that whole thing was a joke. And it was very public. Ron DeSantis did it. It was him and Eric. It was a very public situation. So I'm wondering why now we're not acknowledging that entire thing happened. And that's exactly why and how illegals ended up in the North.
But they ended up there because they didn't want for them to be there because they were there illegally.
It was no. It was strategic to say, "Oh, you're liberal. Let me see how liberal you are when I go ahead and send all these people up there." It was strategic, exactly. But that's what I'm saying is it was strategic. Wasn't because they just didn't want them there. 1 second, because what I'm trying to tell you is I'm from Florida. I see how illegal labor keeps that entire state afloat. So when he's saying that, he does not mean that. That is a political ploy to amplify xenophobia in areas that are typically liberal and Black. It is intentional. That is what I'm trying to say, and that's what I said in the video. So if you don't want to kind of unpack what I'm actually intending, that's fine. But there was a specific reason why Ron DeSantis did what he did.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. I don't think that because, like you said, Florida has always been a state where there has been a high immigrant count. But I think if you are being overwhelmed with hundreds of thousands of immigrants and millions that's coming to the state, and you're like, whoa, this isn't what we signed up for. Send it to the people that actually signed up for it. I mean, that in my opinion makes sense. Even if we look at it from the sense of Illinois. Illinois said, oh yeah, come on, bring them on up. And now that puts Chicago in $1 billion.
Is that what Illinois said? Did Illinois
Absolutely.
say that? Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes, they did. That's not what they said. Because I could have sworn Pritzker and Mayor Johnson definitely welcomed them to come to the city, and which is why a part of why the city is in the deficit that it's in now. So I think that is interesting to point the finger at someone that said, hey, we didn't sign up for this. Even the mayor of New York, he said, hey, look, this ain't what we not on this. This is a city of immigrants, but we can't keep taking on all these people. And they tried to blackball them. So it's clear what the motives are to this whole situation. And I think that is disingenuous to ignore the true movement or intentions of what it is that they were doing.
The thing that I want to say is I want to believe people in general when people are giving their experiences and telling me what they see and stuff like that. But I think people need to do their due diligence of making sure that what they say is correct and that they've done their research and all that type of stuff. Because, for example, when Bo was saying, they're harassing people, they're doing this, they're doing that. My first thing is to not believe what she's saying and to think like it's probably something else there, right? Because I tend to look deep into things and I look at context and I try to get different perspectives. But I feel like most people don't always do that when they jump to a conclusion. So all I'm saying is I think more people should start to do that on their own before somebody come in like, yo, well, what happened with this and what happened with this and what happened with that? Because we tend to just kind of like go real hard, like, oh, it's this is what's going on. No, they're harassing people. And then I look at some context. I'm like, oh, they had a warrant, or they did this, that, and the third. So yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Bruh, I was driving, I was in the car with my mom and she got pulled over and had a warrant. And they were like, hey, son, you got your driver's license? I was like, sure. He's like, okay, ma'am, step out of the car. Like, it would have been so much worse. But then, like, when it happens when I'm driving and then they say passenger and I get stopped, for a DUI checkpoint living in Virginia Beach. Y'all, if you've been there, you understand they do them just every weekend. And I'm driving, they say, hey, you got a warrant, you got a expired registration and a tent ticket that I was like, so am I going to jail? They're like, no, we're not taking you to jail for this, but just pull over so we can write you another ticket and whatever. That's fair. I had to take my lick, even though obviously I don't drink, so I'll never get a DUI. That shit happens. Like, and unfortunately, we don't live in a world to like, sometimes like you fuck around and you find out a lot of niggas running around here with no insurance on their cars. It's all good until they have an accident. And now they're like, well, shit. And they're like, well, I couldn't have an insurance because I couldn't afford it. Like, that's not how it works. If there are rules in place that say what you need to do, what you're obligated to do, and if you don't do those, there's repercussions. Illegal motherfuckers, there are rules in place to say, hey, you can come over here, you can get a green card. When it expires, you got to get a visa, and your visa expires, you got time to go through the naturalization process. If you don't, you send your ass home. If I was an immigrant, what I would argue is the fact that they don't give visas long enough for someone to come here on a visa and go through the naturalization process. That is the most Iron Man logic for any proponent of illegal immigrants to argue. That's where they could gain ground. That's where you would have your opponents' backs against the wall because there is nothing they can say. If you're telling us that if I do this, then I can get this, but then you put a time limit that doesn't allow me to do this, it's inherently set up for illegal immigrants to fail. But that's not the argument we're having. We want to have the argument about woe is me, woe is all these illegals. They should be treated like humans. They don't deserve to be put in cages. They shouldn't go to jail. And a lot of that shit is objectively based. It's a matter of fact that people who come here legally are not able to stay here legally based on how long the processing time is to get a green card. People are waiting to get naturalized for 6 to 7 years. How long do you think a visa lasts for? It ain't no 6 or 7 years. So that's the argument that we could have, the conversation we could have, or a solution we could present.
No, but the thing that's before,
stop interrupting. When I'm done, you can have it. As soon as we start having the conversation as to about a solution, instead of like how it makes me feel and all this other, emotional shit, that's when we'll make progress. But again, At the end of the day, ICE is doing their job. They're doing what they were told to do and what they've been ordered to do. And unfortunately, a lot of civilians don't understand what orders look like. But some orders may not seem morally correct to you, but under the oath that you've taken for that position, you are obligated to execute those.
What's the
So
topic?
the correction is that there is no visa before you get naturalized as a citizen. It is a visa, it's a green card, then you're naturalized. The time that it takes for you to get a visa to a green card, that's the time. That's a lengthy process. That is not streamlined, and depending on your situation, it's very ambiguous. Once you get a green card, it lasts for 5 years, and during that time, you can just apply for your naturalization once your green card expires instead of renewing your green card. Some people continue to renew their green card for years and years and years, but once you get a green card, you're pretty much good. So I'm just simply correcting that in the immigration process, it doesn't go from visa to naturalization.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, the only thing that I would say to that is any military. The one thing I did not know in the military is that you could be a completely illegal immigrant and you'll be a citizen by the end of boot camp. I did not know that. I had 2 people in my, well, you call it ship, but in my compartment that did that. I was like, excuse me. So one thing that I know about America in general is that you have to come here and serve a purpose. Like, I think as long as people are just trying to come here and get over, they're not really going to honor that. And the only reason that is somewhat justified is that there is no country our size that hasn't expedited some kind of quick immigration process for people who do not serve the benefit of that country, right? You either got to be a snitch, somebody trying to seek asylum and give up government secrets, or you have to join their military in some kind of capacity. So that is probably, like, if we're going to share a code for people, that is one way you're going to come here, you're going to pledge your allegiance to America, you're going to serve in our military, and that is when you'll get an expedited naturalization process. But one of the things that I don't think people really understand here is that you can't even become a citizen of most countries. Yeah, but most people don't even know that. You ain't never becoming no citizen of Dubai or the Emirates. You ain't never becoming this is one of the only places you're even allowed to do such a thing. So for us to act like borders are open, people are people, humans are humans, I guarantee you no country on earth knows how to take in anywhere between 15 to 25 million illegal immigrants over their border and can justify how to feed these people, give them adequate health care, and integrate them into their educational system without fail. No country on earth can do that. So we understand that I've noticed one thing about, let's say, like women in general, is that y'all are tailored to empathize with vulnerable people. It's 100% natural. Like, I don't even blame y'all for it. Anytime but these people have kids, and y'all immediately connect to that part, and I get it. But then somebody at some point has to do the logistics. They got to do the numbers. Who gonna feed these people, right? I've seen people complaining simply because, like Pretty Intellectual said, when they sent these kids to New York, they immediately destabilized their education system. Classrooms that already had 27 kids now had 37 kids in them, right? So there's a moral argument to be had, and yeah, you're probably going to win that argument. But when it comes down to just basic logistics and how to deal with this, ICE and the government at large has a pretty large task, right? And I do kind of throw my hands up, like, yeah, they got to do what they got to do at this point, because
in my opinion, I think that I just want to see how it's going to work out.
Okay, I think Bougie supposed to be next, according to
Thanks, I had like a quick question. I wanted to kind of get a little bit of understanding when, Willie, you were bringing up the point of like warrants and tickets and stuff, right? I don't know like a million things about immigration, so I'm not understanding how an immigrant even gets a warrant or a ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody's illegal, how are they getting a warrant or like a ticket to then later get arrested by that? Like, I guess almost to say, like, why weren't they arrested the first time?
Well, that's not what I was saying. What I said, I didn't say the legals have warrants. I said that the people who have warrants that get swept up in these illegal roundups that are legal have warrants. But to be fair, I don't believe you have to be a citizen to get a driver's license or an ID in a lot of states. I know my state is very stringent about it. However, there are lots of illegals who have ID cards.
Minnesota opened it up. You can
I
you can
thought
get
to
an
get an ID, you have to have like a birth certificate and your like at
In
least when I
that's
like because I've
in
been
all
in
of the red states you do.
Florida and Georgia, right? In those 3 states, I gotta bring my birth certificate and I gotta bring my social security card.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
in the red states you have to do stuff like that.
Minnesota is one of the states that open it up so that you can go and get a driver's license. They can go and vote. There's a lot of things that they can go and do.
Not vote.
Yeah, they actually have them voting.
They can't.
Yeah, there have been a lot of illegals voting. That's
Yeah,
a lot of
illegals voting.
Stop lying.
So pretty.
Okay.
The part that you got to
So-
recognize is that why they have made it so you don't even have to show your ID to vote.
They're
trying to make it that way.
There was a city, I can't remember which city it was. There was a city on record where the people that were allowing people to come in to vote, the people that's doing the voting, they were told deliberately not to ask for their IDs to vote.
Where did you get this information from?
I'll send it to you. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. The other part to Bougie's question. So a lot of the immigrants, illegal immigrants that are coming in, they'll be arrested and then they'll be put back into the communities. So a big reason why a lot of the ICE agents are in these predominantly Black communities or cities is because those local police departments aren't working with the ICE department. So now they have to physically actually go in large numbers in order to get these people out.
Bougie, is that all you had, ma'am? All right, well, go ahead, Bo.
I just want to say since everything I say is wrong, I don't really have like no input on like how things should or would be done because apparently I'm stupid. But I will say we need, when we start doing the same thing to European citizens, undocumented migrants from Europe, that is when I will respect what they're doing for everybody else. When we go and round them up too, that is when I will excuse everything that they are doing to every other migrant. Until then, y'all have no fight in this. You can't say nothing because they are not going after Northern Europeans or Europeans in general. As long as you look white, you are a citizen. When they start rounding them up, I'm cool. I'll shut up.
So I guess the only thing to say to that is that I've looked that up before because we are not being quote unquote invaded by people we don't share a border with. So when it comes to European immigrants, African immigrants, Asian immigrants, they are largely treated the same. So we have to say the same thing about all of them. They are not being hunted. They have never have because they don't wait. They don't come over here in large enough numbers. They don't. That's the 90-something% plus of the immigrants, immigrants that come over here are the people we share a border with or are in Central and South America. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's like, it's never really going to be a manhunt for a bunch of European, African, or Asian immigrants because they don't represent almost a minuscule number of the immigrants that come here.
But that's the entire point of the conversation about FBAs versus Black people in the diaspora. What are we like? That's the whole premise of this dialogue. Like quite literally, like everything that's wrong is being pitted on Black immigrants who are less than 10% of the total immigrant population, and we don't share a border with any immigrant countries that are Black. but that's the whole like the FBA rhetoric is not really fighting immigration against all immigrants. It's against Black immigrants, and that's what this topic is about. So
yeah, I get it.
Why I'm trying to understand, like, what
I get it, but it's also like I said, it's a YouTube talking point. Do you know why I say that? I
agree with you on that.
I was gonna say I said it earlier. There is not blood being spilled on the streets by FBA killing Africans. Why? Because we don't actually affect their lives in any meaningful way. So it's there literally, like, we just really got to learn that talk is cheap, and we got to remember that again. You got to do something for me to understand that your beef is real. They don't have real beef. This is the only war, the only conflict among Black people that has no casualties.
I have a sincere problem with the idea that we should wait for there to be actual casualties.
No, what I'm saying that it's not real.
Wait 1 second, Trigger. It is real. It's being used to sway elections. It's very real. So stop, relax.
Jesus Christ.
The whole ideology of who is an FBA versus who is a tether, this has been used in elections for Black people. Kamala Harris's entire campaign, what were they saying? She's not Black, right? Because she's not Black American. The next part, Jasmine Crockett,
Go ahead, finish, please.
You got a point.
Jasmine Crockett most recently has been accused of being a tether because somebody saw on the Facebook and the Google and the Instagrammies that she has a great grandparent on her maternal side that migrated to Louisiana through Haiti. Thus, she is not FBA. So then right in the middle of her campaign, now all of a sudden there's scrutiny about if she's actually FBA, right? These things are being used to sway elections. Like the alt-right agenda and the alt-right rhetoric is literally being used to sway elections and our ability to and the fact that let me pause here. The fact that we are completely blind to the gerrymandering that just happened in Texas and in North Carolina.
And
the
in
fact
California.
That we're completely
and in California. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this rhetoric, while it's not spilling blood, it is having an effect. Like
okay,
we can't deny that.
No. I'll give you that. I get what you're saying, but the funny part about that is that it's actually the white candidates pushing it. To me, it's genius.
Yes.
So hold on. But I'm saying if I'm gonna sow division amongst you, and all I have to say is Kamala Harris is not Black, and it works, that's just political warfare 101. So I would get to say, I'm not saying that blood should be spilled. What I'm saying is like, all it is a war of the mind. It's further pushing tribalism on people, and that works for election cycles, but it doesn't affect us in our day-to-day lives. It doesn't. That's my point.
I think her not being Black was relevant, but only because they tried to push her on us as a Black woman, and I think that's why it's relevant. It's like, don't tell me you got hot sauce in your bag, and like, you're insulting my intelligence, and then you tell me this woman is Black and her husband is white, and she's maybe half Black, if that, I don't know, but like, like that bothers me. If her husband was Black, I wouldn't have said shit. Like,
so you're gonna question all the Black men with white wives?
She's
then
a goddamn.
let's go ahead and put all the Black men with white wives up in question to verify their Black.
Kamala was a bad bitch. We don't give a shit about her.
He said the realest thing.
All of the Black men with white wives.
No. I said
if you half white person plus white spouse equals white to me.
Exactly.
It's not Black. You need to add a Black spouse. Like,
you said the realest thing on this topic, because every time somebody said that about Kamala Harris, I'd be like, well, isn't Barack Obama half white? But because he had a Black wife, right? So don't bring this on Black men. Why didn't Black women question his halfness? Right? It's because his wife was chocolate, not even light skin.
Kamala Harris ain't been white since she was dating Montel Williams.
She's not white in any way. That's what's funny about it.
She's a bed
she's
wench.
actually more black and more
She's a
brown
goddamn bed
than
wench.
Barack
She is a
Obama.
bed wench.
She
Thank
is
you,
more
Hank.
brown than Barack Obama.
You
That's
stop
what's
this
funny
shit.
about it.
She's
She's
only
not
brown.
white.
She's only more
She's
brown in
actually
skin
not
color.
white.
She
She's
loves
Jamaican
white.
and
She raises
Indian.
white
So
children.
I
She
think
acts
it's really
white.
funny that you're saying that she's white and you're gonna mix it with white. No, she has a fully Indian mother, a brown mother, and a black father. She is
And
less
acts
black
white.
than Barack Obama, and y'all was
All right.
cool with him.
But
So
she
what are we
married a
sitting here
white dude.
talking
That's what
about?
they're saying.
Look,
Willie.
I got a
hold on.
question for Bo.
Wait,
so
hold
I
on,
don't give a
wait.
shit about this
If
heifer no
we're
more.
gonna talk about Kamala, let's talk about her whole history.
You wish she
How
was a heifer.
the man that she left her husband for, she was
Looking
working
like a
not
for
talking
and
about
worked
you,
her way
ma'am.
into that
You look like an
position.
empty tote bag.
And
Like, let's
then
not
the
do
two
this.
things before that,
Ma'am,
Kamala
I'm not
Harris ain't
talking
been
about
black
you. I'm
since she
talking
was
about
dating Montel
Kamala.
Williams.
So
That was
stand
the
down,
last time
heifer.
Kamala Harris was
Willie,
black.
she was married before this white
Jesus
guy.
Christ.
Like,
Willie,
bruh,
she was married before the white guy.
she was a side bitch to her husband.
Oh,
Like,
gotcha.
come on, bro, what are we
Is
doing?
that why she black? Because she was a side bitch?
No, she was only
God
black because
damn.
she was black when she was dating Montel Williams.
This is crazy.
That's the last time Kamala Harris has been black. When she was on the red carpet with him and his other girlfriend, and he introduced her, he was like, you know what? One day
Y'all are
y'all gonna know
such
her name more
haters.
than mine.
I am
That's the
cackling.
last
The
time she was
hate in
black.
this
This
comment.
is
Y'all are
crazy.
so mad. Every
Wait,
single one
okay.
of y'all had
Oh,
somebody
Pretty,
say
Can I ask a question
Pretty,
about?
I wanna respond, right? Just to what Mont said, and most things I feel like we agree on, Pretty, but I will say I kind of agree with them on that specifically, just because I get the having a white spouse makes the dynamic of your household different. It makes it very, very different. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when you're already mixed and then you top that off with a white spouse, we all know that one mixed kid versus the other mixed kid, we can tell when it's a household that is black. Their hairline is different than the mixed kid with the two black parents. It is. You laughing, Willie, but it's true. You're gonna see.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's true.
And they
Plus, all of that black want to leave that bloodline as soon as they have a baby.
It's different. They're more immersed in black culture. They're more immersed in us. Like, and I personally, I believe that it's whatever the mom's race is, personally, because the mom's race does more of the raising in the household, right? So the mixed kid with the black mom looks black. The mixed kid with the white mom looks white. And then they tend to lean more into dating white women or white men, and all of like that matters. So a black man having a fully black wife is very different than a mixed, a mixed person having a fully black spouse and a mixed person having a fully white spouse are two very different types of like
But you
household.
did, and I'd agree with you if you didn't just disprove your situation. If it was Colin Allred, right, who is went up in Texas, and he's a light skinned, he looks like Willie, right, and Hink, and he has a white wife, that would be different, right? However, Kamala Harris is like, she is the woman. So in your dialogue, right, she's the woman. So her culture would carry on, and she has a white husband. Additionally, they did not have biological children together, and she is past childbearing age. So the conversation about her passing on bloodline and whatever is out the window, because she did not have children at all. Like she's so what, she didn't have kids. So like when we're sitting here like saying like, oh, she's gonna pass on, she's not passing on anything. She committed her life to politics. And you were trying to discredit the fact that this woman was quite literally the most qualified candidate serving in all three branches of government because of the fact that she was with dumbass Montel.
Yes.
He's a TV show. 1 second. He's a TV show. He is a TV show host. And this goes into y'all's misogyny and y'all's issues where you think her connection to a man disproves what she did in her political career and the education she had. 1 second. What? Why are you interrupting?
Go ahead, please finish.
Montel, are you okay? Go tell me about Montel. Go ahead.
No. We're not going to
Well,
tell you about Montel.
How was she qualified? The most qualified out of three.
Forget all that.
I sure enough didn't know it was so many bows on the panel. I promise I didn't know it was so many bows on the panel.
Let me just say
so many bows. Nice to meet all of you bows. It's so nice to meet all of you. I did not know. I think that you should change your screen name now since you're Bo. That's real wild. I thought it was just me. I thought, Bo Noir, Bo. And so I that's what I thought. Oh, okay. Jesus. before I say this, I want to let it be known that my point was quickly explained away because there are not a lot of 500,000, by the way, by 2024, or maybe it was last year. Undocumented migrants from Europe. It was explained away that it was just not that many of them to worry about, but I thought that wrong was wrong. I think that we need to round them hoes up because they are still undocumented and you got to follow the law. So it was just explained away. And that's what tends to happen because white is right. Y'all don't worry about them, even though they are here illegally as well. And I think that there would be much larger numbers of them if they were able to like get in a car and cross the border or walk across the border or just take a little boat. It would be far more of them. But some kind of way, my point was just explained away. And it just ain't that many of them. Y'all, you don't really care. You don't really care about immigration. You don't really care about them being undocumented. What you really care about is what you have been told to care about. And that is the people who are phenotypically immigrants, someone that you can see because you know deep down in your heart and spirit that this is a white country and they belong, so we don't bother them. You explained that away, and when I tell you it went like that, it was gone. My point that I made was completely gone, and that is what you do. So you want the people who are doing all of the jobs that y'all don't want to do and also paying taxes into this economy. And this whole they are voting illegally does not happen at such a large number that it can even be worried about because there is absolutely no law that says that you can vote as an undocumented migrant. Those are the people who can do that under some, and I need to find that paper again because I addressed that before. I have addressed all of this before, the taxes and all of this stuff. You all are doing this because this is what you have been told to do and say. You all are not even looking into this stuff and to know exactly what's going on. And it is really unfortunate that my little point was just scraped off. It ain't enough of them, but they here. And shouldn't we seek out those European migrants, undocumented migrants that are here illegally, as y'all like to say?
If I can, real quick. So there are numerous states that will allow for you to vote with no voter ID. California, District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, and Vermont. One of the points that the Democrats was pushing heavily on voter suppression was the fact that people weren't able to get their IDs, so that's voter suppression. That was something that they really pushed extremely hard. There was a reason as to why they were doing that, so that they can get the people to be able to vote that's not here legally. So it's actually happening. Also, there's plenty of white European illegal immigrants that are being arrested as well. The only difference is that it's not being pushed in front of you in the media to get you upset. If you go and look at a lot of the arrest records that they're pulling up, you'll see where all of these people are coming from and where they're supposed to be at. So it's actually out there, but this is again another situation of where people aren't doing their due diligence of actually looking up all of the information. They're pushing the Hispanics, the Mexicans, the Hispanics, the Somalians, so on and so forth in the news because it's easier to get everybody riled up. That's how they manipulate the news in order to get people to feel the way that they feel emotionally, much rather than looking at
straight there, put it in the trash.
things that's happening right in front of them.
Yeah. So kudos to you. Like, you were right, Bo, in the sense that you said there is no law. That's not the way they do it. So California in 2024 signed into law banning that you had to show IDs. That's how they get illegal immigrants to vote. If you don't need to show an ID to vote, anybody can vote. That is the way they do the legislation. Every single district and state that Viz mentioned happened to also be a Democratic stronghold state. So that is how they do it. Don't insult our intelligence. We know what we're talking about. And then you gaslit everybody by saying that we dismissed your point. I intentionally added Africans and Asians into it. So not to dismiss your point, because it's not just the Europeans that go under the radar as far as immigration. You don't see the mass immigration collecting of Africans to send them back. You don't see the mass immigration of Asians, Japanese, Chinese, Taiwanese going back. And the reason they also do that is because these people have a very high amount of work, skilled work visa programs in which they start a business like my father did and get people to work for them under that business, right? So that you know, they represent such a small number that, yeah, you will not see it televised, because the only people that can create like the invasion type immigrations are the people that border you. And that's unfortunately why that happens. I would not care if he went going ham on all these illegal immigration people, but we know that's not really their focus when it's not 20 million of them that came over the border since Biden took office in 2020. That's their focus.
Hey, have you guys all seen The Wire? Remember the episode where the mayor got caught getting topped off by his secretary? That's how Kamala Harris got her start in politics. So that's why she's unqualified, and she'll never be the candidate that people thought she was supposed to be. People like Kamala Harris, the same people who like Kamala Harris were the ones who was hyping up Olivia Pope on Scandal. Those are the people that think that she was just so wonderful. Like, those are the same types of women you see touting that shit. Because again, if she was good, if she was good enough, they would have let her have a primary. She would have ran against another candidate to win it outright. But since they didn't, they just tried to shove her down their throats. I low-key feel like her people set up for success, for failure, so they can get, as Bo puts, the orange nigga back in office.
Yeah. So just to end,
one second. He said I was next. So you're right. She was set up for failure. She wrote a book about it. It's called The First 100. Right? Like she wrote a book about the fact that she was indeed set up for failure. Yes, that is true. But you know what's funny is that she also won many elections before this one. You do realize she won her election for attorney general. She won her election for senator. Like, in she
California?
Was
in California.
Yes,
California
absolutely, in California, the state that is rich enough to be its own country. So absolutely in California. Why are you
politics there are trash?
Why are you crashing
California politics are trash.
Let her go, Viz.
Let her finish. I'll kill everything.
Okay, we know. So let me finish. So stop talking when you said to let me finish. Relax. Let me finish. Okay. Anyways, so she won many elections before this one. Mm-hmm. The election that did not happen, right? She was the vice president. Every other appointed position she was in before that, she was elected into. So she could very well win another election. And she quite literally was the most qualified candidate because she was the only candidate to serve in all three branches of government. And I know y'all are not going to sit here and talk about qualifications and non-qualifications when you have a man in office who's quite literally crapping on himself every 2 to 5 business hours. And he also was a TV host before he was elected into office the first time. He caused a coup when he lost the second election that was illegal, and then got back in to the office the very third time after being convicted for 34 felonies. So I think it's really so 1 second. So I think it is really funny that we're going to sit here and talk about qualifications as Black people. This goes back to our anti-Blackness rhetoric earlier, where you're going to talk about this woman's qualification while skating over who we actively have in office right now.
So
this woman.
Yeah. So
Trigger, why do you feel the need to interrupt me though?
I'm sorry.
So you've been talking for 4 minutes.
No,
Hot
yeah,
meat
no, I
kettle.
haven't. I've been
No,
talking
so
for a
Hot
no,
minute
you're
and a
not
half.
gonna
Relax,
scapegoat
relax,
us.
relax,
Hold
Willie,
on.
relax,
You're not
me.
gonna scapegoat
Let
us
me go
because
ahead and
Hot meat
finish
kettle.
what I have to say. I
finish,
don't understand why you feel the need to talk over me.
Finish,
Hot
please.
meat kettle.
Anyways, so yes, she was elected in the state that is rich enough to be its own country. So whether or not you believe the politics in this country are trash is the same way you can look at any other rich country and say that their politics are trash, but you're on the outside looking in because oftentimes y'all are touting around poor states. Those are the states that need the federal funding that comes from California to fund those states because they can't manage to make enough money to fund themselves.
So she's right. But this is what is not going to happen. Y'all are not going to scapegoat men. Like 40% of every fucking woman voter in this country voted for Donald Trump. Look at your own goddamn selves. All right. The second highest supporter of Kamala Harris was black men. So don't talk that shit to us either. All right. So y'all keep forgetting that it was women that turned on y'all. Y'all couldn't get white women in check. All right. 47%, almost half of all American women that voted for Donald Trump.
Get white women in check?
No. Don't scapegoat us.
Oh no, I'm not gonna let you
Ma'am,
white women in check.
You can't interrupt him.
Why you interrupt?
You can't interrupt him, man. You can't interrupt him, ma'am. Come on now. You can't interrupt, ma'am.
Oh no, I'm gonna interrupt because all three of y'all interrupted me.
No, ma'am. When
don't
you called us on it, we stopped talking and we went on mute.
She was the most qualified person in history, and she lost. What is
Unhinged
that
heifer. Okay.
Hank, to her point, she did win a lot of elections. She was elected to Attorney General of California, where
Hank, your wrinkles are unhinged.
Where she locked up, you know what I'm saying, more niggas than she locked up anybody else. She also supports legislator, you know, where if you don't let your kids be, you know, fairies or boys, they can lock you up. You're cool. Then she became a senator, and then she became a vice president when they said they just needed a token black woman for president. Congratulations. The thing is this: she did all of that after she got off her knees from sucking Willie Brown's dick. That's the origin story for Kamala Harris. Is at the end of that nigga's nuts.
Hey.
So the fact that she was able to do all of those things is great. It's not about saying what you did, where you come from. And we always want to talk about an origin story.
The Willie Brown that peaked at being a mayor, the one that peaked at being a mayor, couldn't get past that.
That's where her origin story.
Sucked his dick to get
that's where her origin story starts from. And then chapter 2 of her origin story is the fact that she was a side bitch.
Just like all of y'all who only peak at being a high school football player.
This is the only thing. This is the funny part about all Kamala Harris supporters is they don't want to hear the evidence. They just want to stick with their feelings.
Act like he got some sense, man. Can you on mute, man?
But we're still going to outlast you.
She was her husband's side bitch.
Still going to outdo you.
Her husband was married.
Still going to pass you.
Took her husband
all
from
the time. He was only a mayor.
Like it's not a.
He could only be a mayor, and she was an attorney general and a senator and a vice president.
And she still lost.
I would say that she won. I'd say that she won, and now she has a book deal.
And now she lost.
Richer than before.
Y'all
owe me.
She has a book deal. What are you guys doing?
Y'all all asked me to do it. I got her to do it. You're welcome.
Hold on.
The
fact that you
asked me to do it, I did it.
Yeah, that's what you guys are doing.
34-count felon beat her ass.
That's what you guys are doing. You're only a mayor. And you're talking to a vice president
that's what the world. Hold on. That's what the world
mayor
thinks
of a
about
city.
your candidate. A 34-count felon that's 80 years old beat her ass in the general election.
Stay in your place. Go ahead and sign those bills. Cut the red tape to open the new Senate office.
Listen.
Cut the
this
tape to
is
open
why
the library.
you women like you are the reason we didn't vote
library
for Kamala Harris.
You mayor.
This is what we knew would
That's all
happen
you
if
can
they voted
attain.
for her.
You're talking about Willie Brown caused her to get
This
what she
is
got
the
to when
neck
she was a
rolling they
vice
didn't want in the
president.
Oval Office.
Yeah, you wish.
This is the
That's
neck
what all
rolling.
y'all do.
This is why
you talk
niggas
about
didn't
your
vote for her
championship
ass.
you had in high school as you work at Walmart as the grocery bagger, and that's all y'all do. You talk about some random time you peaked way back when, instead of acknowledging that, yeah, she might have gave fellatio to Willie Brown, but after that, she proceeded to climb as he stayed where the hell he was. Look at you showing another consequence of black males believing they're bigger than they are.
I got a question.
Thank you for proving my point.
I got a question for you. Do you think that women can do anything men can do? Yes or no?
We can do it in better.
You cannot win a general election for the presidency of the United States.
I know. Yeah, you can't win a general election for the president and be a pawn. Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather not. Matter of fact, I wish that the next president is either a black man or a white man, because I don't think a woman should even try to clean up the mess.
We agree.
House president
We
is
agree.
and we will agree on that till the cows come home. We'll agree on that till the cows come home. Don't you worry.
Well, yeah, I think the truth of the matter is that even if we go off of what it is that Biden told us out of his own mouth, she technically didn't really earn that position. He literally said out his own mouth, the person I bring on is going to be a black woman. So it's more so a situation where she was planted in order to get people on board. So I would agree she was set up for failure from the gate, because they knew that she wasn't going to be able to pull that off by herself. So it was one of those deals of let's get everyone on board so that we can manipulate this whole situation. That's the harsh reality of it. They even knew, because just how you claimed that Trump is sitting on himself every 2 hours, we for 4 years saw Biden not be present at all, not in no way, shape, or form be able to act as an actual president. And even with them knowing that, they waited until the last minute to pull the string on him, to pull him out the race, once they saw how bad he looked against Trump. So this is literally verbatim. We saw what the Democratic Party is willing to do. They're willing to put people in positions and watch them crash and burn, in which they are doing to the entire their entire following. And I think that is crazy that people aren't able to clearly see this happening right in front of them.
Damn, this is crazy. Bo, can I ask you a question? Oh, go ahead, True. No, go ahead, True.
No, it's on you, Hink. I'm just listening, man. We
No,
don't.
bring what you said in the back chat to the forefront. Talk about the insecure heifers. Yeah, go ahead.
I did share that video in the back chat too of the guy going to the voting and them telling him that he doesn't need an ID.
If they thought Kamala Harris was qualified, they would have let her run in the primary against another Democratic candidate. They knew that she wouldn't beat anybody, so they just said, "Hey, we're going to pretend like Joe Biden is not a shell of himself, and then no, we are going to pretend like he's a shell of himself, so we can just use that to justify us not having time to get it together, so we can just shove Kamala Harris down y'all's throat."
Okay,
that's how they set her up for failure. If she went and had if she had like a legit chance, or a legit, I don't want to say chance, but a like campaign that was ran the same way that they did in previous elections, I think she would have fared significantly better than she did under this last minute half-ass shit they did for her. However, that doesn't negate the fact that she still wasn't qualified. She wasn't qualified to be vice president as compared to her contemporaries, her predecessors, who actually had the type of support background and then also belief in her. She was picked because she was a woman of color, and that came out of Joe Biden's mouth. He
Kamala
said that
Harris
himself.
was less qualified than Dick Cheney, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you know who Dick Cheney was?
No, she doesn't. Because she did, she would have said that.
We've identified them.
You chose the wrong vice president.
No, I chose the right one.
No. Do you know who Dick Cheney was?
No, I don't. I just said his name for no reason, Trigger.
You do that a lot.
You have glasses and
that's normal for you.
No.
Don't have all the information, but you just say
I
shit.
understand exactly who Dick Cheney is, and I still think he's unqualified. But somehow you guys, as all
I think we had an order. Can the next person speak on it? Because, ma'am, Bo had a question, man.
Black men believe Dick Cheney is qualified.
Okay.
I love that. Go ahead.
So not that he's qualified, that he's more qualified than Kamala Harris.
I know. Bo's question. Bo, is this your question?
Think
Who's Dick
qualifies you for everything? Okay.
Is it your question, Bo? Who is Dick Cheney?
I want to let me address your question first, because you've been trying to ask me a question for a long time.
I respect hierarchy, so go ahead, Bo.
Okay, hierarchy. So, more more a statement than a question, but I guess kind of a question. I don't understand how the men, and listen, there are 4 of you men up here that I respect greatly. I really, really do. Like, I respect
It's like 8
y'all,
niggas
and
up here.
I respectfully disagree with y'all on a lot of stuff or on some stuff. This is one of them. But I don't understand how you can act like Kamala was a reality TV star that we have in office right now. Like, his qualifications are literally reality TV. And I get it. Some men can't get past the fact that a woman has a vagina. I get it. But I don't understand how you all can treat her like she is a man who had failed businesses, who likes booger sugar, whose father had to buy his women in college and literally drive them up there to him in order for him to have any type of vagina, because no one was giving it to him. He had to be given the business because his father knew that he would run it poorly. Like, he knew, because his brother was actually being a landlord. He knew that his son, his other son, would run it the way that he ran it, hating people that are not white, people who don't have money, and taking advantage and exploiting them. Y'all act like that's her track record. If all, like, I don't understand if all of your hatred for her, and listen, I ain't really like her either. But for different reasons. But given the qualifications, I would much rather have someone with her qualifications than a shitty booty, white nosed, spoiled child who literally pushes hate. And the only accolades, the only accomplishment he had for real was being on reality TV. I
So
just don't understand the hate.
I'll respond to it. It's simple. We're not saying that his qualifications are the same as hers, or that one. Most of us understand what he was able to do aside from reality TV and how he was a business success before that. There's several things that he did as a businessman that benefit America. That's what the majority of us who don't look at Trump through the lens of how is what he doing evil instead of how is he doing what's good for America. So for those of us who look at it that way, we're not saying that we're not comparing their track records, but I'll just give it. I will concede the point for this conversation to say that, okay, cool. All he has is the chops from being on reality TV, and all she has is everything that she's done. The crazy thing that I've noticed about Kamala Harris supporters is that, again, they don't let the evidence that's readily available affect their opinions. The policies that Kamala Harris supported, the initiative that she started, and then some of the legislator that she's proposed and supported, if not indirectly, directly, were not things that America wanted to see in mass. That's why she would have lost. And we also can't forget that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton, who was the most qualified female candidate that y'all could have put up in the past 20 years at least. And unfortunately,
No, he didn't. No, he didn't, Willie. No, he didn't. She won the popular vote. He did not beat her.
No, the thing is, right? You probably forget the
United States citizens wanted her.
Listen. So this is what happens when. So we all understand the popular vote is just the popular vote. The electoral vote is what matters. So,
but I'm just saying, I know, but I'm saying what the United States citizens wanted. That's what I'm saying. The popular vote said they wanted Hillary.
Exactly. And guess what the electoral vote said? So to circle back now for this immigration issue, you know why they sent they're okay with immigrants going to these blue cities and why the sanctuary cities exist? Because they understand that a lot of those states don't have voting laws. They don't have ID requirements for voting. So they can use those illegal immigrants to go vote for Democrats. Yep. It's perfect sense. It's just that y'all got caught. I'm not saying y'all because I'm in the middle. So they got caught doing it, and it's a problem now. But again, if we're comparing Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, let's get out of our country. What other country on earth do you think will respect Kamala Harris as president?
Not a goddamn one.
China
Germany.
won't, and I'll just tell you why.
Not a superpower.
China won't. Russia won't. The EU won't, except for fucking England for obvious reasons. The Middle East definitely won't. Most of Africa won't. Canada will because they acknowledge any fucking thing. She could say she could pull a dick out. Canada's weird like that. And so would South America. So like on a world stage, Donald Trump is better for us. On a world stage, Donald Trump is respected for the simple fact that he's a white man. And Kamala Harris is a mixed race bedwench to the world. For the fact that one, she's married to a white man, right? And the people who were talking the most about Kamala Harris's, knee pad background, it wasn't Americans. A French tabloid put that out, and then Shade Room ran with it. Like I know they had to translate the whole fucking article, but if you're comparing the two, Kamala Harris would have done significantly more damage to the American reputation and our stance as a superpower than Donald Trump ever could. And to be very fair to Pretty's point, Kamala Harris has a ceiling that is so much higher than his if she would have been properly prepared than what his is, because she would have had to overcome significantly more. She would have had to do a lot more work to get to where he is. But once she got there, I think that she would have been able to surpass him if she had been the right candidate.
Yeah,
but she wasn't.
Let me say this too, because
oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's really funny, right? Because you're gonna say that the world stage right now, that by the way is laughing at Donald Trump because he does not know his left foot from his right foot, and quite literally he is pooping on himself in front of French ambassadors who's like talking about him in French to their counterparts about how terribly he smells. This is the same man who cannot stay awake during briefings, cannot stay awake for any kind of discussion that has anything to do with what is happening in America and outside of it. This is the person you're saying who is better for the country. When we sit here and we try to argue against Kamala Harris, number one, you acknowledged it. She did not get a chance to fully run, right? So the idea that we know she's not going to win because of the fact that she's a woman and she didn't get to run. No, it's probably because she was quite literally set up from the very beginning. She spoke about it in a book, right? She spoke about it in her but in a book she recently published. And actually among things that we know has already happened, because there's been plenty of times that we're like, why is this rumor coming out about this woman that nobody seems to be capping? Typically, when rumors come out about anybody in the White House, their White House press team, they respond to it immediately. They're able to say, hey, this is incorrect, this is correct, and here's why. Nothing that came out about Kamala Harris, especially these rumors that you guys are touting right now about Willie, whatever the fuck his name is, that mayor guy who never went any further than the mayorship, and Montel Williams, why are we not responding to this? Why is this not happening in a way that typically happens for anybody who's in the White House? It's strategic. It's because she is a Black woman and she is somebody that they want to discredit before she ever gets the opportunity to do it on her own. By the way, the Democrats didn't do themselves any favors by what they did. What they did was incredibly stupid. They would have had to have not Donald Trump, Joe Biden say in 2023 he was not able to run. And then they would have had to have an actual Democratic primary, which they did not have. And then she would have had to say she was going to be a candidate. And then they would have had to have an actual campaign. Then she would have had to be elected. But they did none of that because of the fact that they did not want their initial decision to be challenged. The Democrats have been jacking up since Barack Obama, since they decided to not have Bernie Sanders and have Hillary Clinton as the candidate in 2015, that's when they initially jacked everything up. And everybody knows that. Everybody y'all call liberal, we're not dumb. Like, we're not dumb. But what people are saying right now is all of this to be said, you still cannot deny the fact that standing alone, Kamala Harris is a qualified candidate. For you guys as Black men to be diminishing, yes, Black men to be diminishing her qualifications to her proximity to other Black men and calling her a bed wench, calling her knee pads. For y'all to be so disgusting, knowing that any opportunity to discredit y'all on a political stage will be done against you, like it was for Barack Obama and his black wife, by the way, who they called a man. So just like you said, Willie, if she pulled a dick out, yeah, they thought Michelle could pull a dick out. Yeah, that's what they thought about her. They thought she was a man, even though she bared 2 black children.
Yeah.
There will be any opportunity to disrespect black people in these spaces, and y'all sit back and play into it.
But she's not
You
black.
can disagree. You can. I don't give a shit what you say, bro.
She's not black.
I don't give a shit what you say.
She's still not
wrap
black.
it up,
I
wrap it
don't
up.
care what you say.
She's still not
She's
black.
a black woman. Relax.
She's
Hold on,
not.
it's me than
She's
you,
blacker than
Viz.
you. Her skin
She's
is
not
darker
black.
than yours. Go
That
out
doesn't
and
mean
get
that
some
she's blacker than
sunshine,
me.
Willie.
Your skin is darker than mine. It doesn't mean you're blacker than me. You're
and
not
I'm
even
blacker
from
than
here.
you. Yes. So let's compare.
You're not
blackness.
blacker than me. You're
So let's
darker than me.
compare
It's a difference.
blackness, sir. You are more European than Kamala Harris.
Sounds
You are
good.
more European than Kamala
All right,
Harris.
can we
You
get
are
back to the
light
topic?
bright. You
I
are
was
more
born here.
European than her.
Can we get
Okay,
back to the
so
topic?
let's go ahead. No, I was trying to, but he interrupted me.
I just
All right,
said she
please,
wasn't
She's a
go
black.
ahead.
black woman.
Ma'am, could you
Please,
She's
go
a
ahead.
could you
black
go ahead and
woman.
finish, ma'am?
She's a
30
black
seconds,
woman.
please.
Is a black
Go ahead
woman.
and finish,
Get
ma'am.
over it. She is
10,
more black than Willie. She's more black than
9,
Pink. She is more black.
8,
She is more black than y'all. Get over it.
7.
Okay, go
All
for
right,
it, ma'am. Go
so
ahead and finish, ma'am.
it's me
You
and
heard
Viz.
you.
It's me and
More
Viz.
black.
It's me and Viz.
Damn, God.
So I don't like this thing that y'all do because one, Bo and Pretty Intellectual just did it as black men. Don't try to weaponize that against me like I'm not a thinking, intelligent
Yeah,
individual.
thank you for not letting me finish.
Stop,
while
please stop. I'm talking
I'm
now.
not gonna stop
I'm
interrupting
talking
you.
now. Shut up.
No,
Damn.
don't tell me to shut up.
Damn.
I'm
Shut
not
up.
gonna stop talking because you interrupted.
No. So look,
You
y'all
interrupted me,
keep
so no, it's
you
not gonna
keep using this entire conversation as if I'm supposed to use my emotions to vote for a presidential candidate. Are you
No,
crazy?
don't. Use your logic.
No. Stop this, okay? Because I am a husband. I'm a father. I got real reasons why I vote for somebody.
I'm sorry.
All right. The reason we did not. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not cast my vote for Kamala Harris, and I'm gonna be really honest with you. Donald Trump is what we kind of call like an unlikely person. If we had to choose out of a different group of people, it would not be him that we would have chose to enact these things that we care about. But since I became a husband, since I became a father and a homeowner, my needs have changed. I do not give a about any of that liberal agenda. I sat and listened to what Kamala Harris had to say, and I did not agree. Okay. There is only one candidate that was talking about bringing jobs back to America. All right. I'm an FFL. There was only one candidate that talked about protecting gun rights and abolishing the National Firearms Act, in which we now have 0 tax stamps because he did it. He did what he said he was going to do. There's only one president and states that have already enacted school choice, in which my kids who go to a charter school can now pull from public funds, and they don't all go to Title I public schools in the hood. So now they're getting more money in the charter schools as they should have before. All right. There's only one candidate talking about, that has ended several world conflicts in his first year. Several. Okay. Obama, then Biden, then even Hillary commented on it, and Kamala commented on capturing Maduro and bringing him to justice. Who actually did it? Okay. Property taxes is on the docket now. These are the things that men like me care about. Only one candidate was talking about this shit. So don't expect me to have your emotional ass argument about qualifications. What have these people done? Nothing. I don't care about the LGBT. I don't give a fuck about your abortion rights. I only give a damn about the woman I got pregnant. So I don't care about none of that.
We know you. We know you only care about one woman.
Shut up. I'm talking.
No, we know you only care about one woman. No, we know you only care about one. We know you only care about one. You do not care about your daughters. You don't even care about your daughters.
So stop being
You're crying right now, boo. You are emotional.
That your homegirl
are
lost.
very emotional.
Hold on. Because
it does
we
seem
know
like
now.
You're really emotional right
the
now.
world knows.
Yeah,
the world knows this is exactly. No. The world knows now.
Not the son, not your sons and their girlfriends and wives. Nobody else.
The world, listen. Y'all are gonna have to deal with the rejection that the world did not want a bunch of black women in power. They rejected you. They rejected y'all.
Now, when you guys start getting taken out in the streets as usual, black women are gonna match the energy.
Hey, I just want to be clear. I don't hate her because she was a hoe. I mean, I don't think she should have been president because she's a woman. So, be clear.
So me personally,
wait a minute.
Agree with Bougie.
Backtrack to that. Like, are we Is that like a normal talking point for men? Just like, oh, we don't care if she's qualified. We don't care if she's a hoe. We don't care about it. We just don't want her because she's a woman.
No, I didn't say that. It's not the only reason. I don't just think that she was qualified because she got her start on her knees. The other part where she's not qualified is because she's a woman.
Okay,
So,
what disqualifies her because she's a woman?
the fact that women have never led any society or anything in any type of prosperity. The world in mass doesn't respect women the way that our country does. And unfortunately, our civilization is the only one who actually treats women to the extent that they're equal outside of France, but no one gives a fuck about France. The rest of the world has women in a submissive place. So if she's on a world summit, like at the G10, G20, or whatever summit she goes to, she is going to be one of the only women leaders in there.
These
and
men
nobody
literally
takes
don't
women
respect
serious.
women at all.
But
they actually don't respect
from
women
men,
at all.
though. Are we having these thought processes when we're sitting at home telling our daughters, like, you when you grow up, you can be anything in the world, baby girl. You're very wonderful. You're very precious. You're very special. But by the way, just don't be anything in the world that I think a man should be. Like,
No,
because
I don't tell either one of my kids they can be
you have
anything
to
they want to.
understand that, like, her parents, and I'm not saying that I supported Kamala, right? It's like there are some things that I very much so disagree with, as far as right. Did I say it wrong? Did I say it? I thought it was.
Bougie, you also got to remember that we did ask the real questions when she was running. I asked one question of all women, of all black women. I never got an answer because I think most men voted for anybody or didn't vote. That's also a large group of people that did not vote out of an act of self-preservation. As men who are going to seriously consider a woman as president, all we have to ask you is, what agenda do you have that is strictly for men's benefit? Can you answer that question?
Ask me the question one more time.
What agenda as a female president do you have strictly for men's benefit?
Me personally, I can't say that she said anything specifically for men. The only thing that I would be able to respond with that is that there shouldn't be anything that is specifically for one person. It should be
women
about,
have specific. Women have specific targeted legislation that is for your benefit.
You
see why we don't vote for y'all? You see? That's why.
Trigger, listen.
I
gotta give you your flowers, bro. That was a beautiful logic trap you just walked her into. That was beautiful.
What is it that you're saying would be? What is it that you're saying would be specifically beneficial for men that y'all are looking for? That you feel she didn't talk about?
It was so think about it this way. As a man, I'm telling you, as a husband and father, there is no way I'm in a leadership position without thinking about the needs of my wife and children and or the women in society, because they play such a pivotal role in it. That I'm saying, as a male leader, I do not. Every single thing that a woman has ever had, every luxury and freedom she's ever been afforded to her, was given to her by a man, by a patriarchal system. So we, by definition, will do that for you. So what thought do you have that is unique to us and our pain, and what will you do specifically for us to our benefit? If you can't answer that, then we should not ever put you in charge out of an act of self-preservation.
And Bougie, to be fair, somebody asked Kamala Harris the exact same thing. She made the exact same face that you just made and didn't answer the question. That's why she's never going to win. Because, like, if you look at the stuff that she ran on, bullshit.
Look at who or privileges do men want? If you're saying that
we're not talking, it's not about the privileges. It's the fact that you guys don't even have the wherewithal or forethought to think about what would just benefit us, since we do the majority of the work. You guys want to be equal so bad that you want us on an even playing field, except for when it doesn't benefit you. So if you look at what she ran on, how she ran, no disrespect, but like, she spent $1 billion on Megan Thee Stallion and motherfuckers about here twerking and doing ratchet shit. And
mismanaged it.
That's what she thought she was going to win the election for her, was that type of bullshit. And then to trigger the point, 47% of women voted for Kamala Harris and 84% of black men voted for Kamala Harris. More black men voted for Kamala Harris than black women did. So again, this isn't a fight y'all should have with us. This isn't a fight y'all should be trying to take up with men. We just the ones kicking this shit. Y'all don't want to hear it. But at the end of the day, just to double down, if somebody asks me in the chat, it's not just because she's a whore, not just because how she got started, not just because of her past. It's the same reason why I didn't vote for Donald Trump, just because of his past and just because of how he got started. It was literally in her case because she had the past she has and was a woman, and a woman will not serve to lead the most powerful country on earth ever. That is the worst thing on earth that could happen to America. And the reason why I wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, or if I would have voted for him, I voted for myself and my homeboy, just to be clear. Like I wrote my name in and my homeboy, he's a comedian. So I put us both on president, vice president. Listen, I voted, so kiss my ass. But the only reason why I could have voted for Donald Trump if that third thing wasn't an option would have been because he's a lesser of two evils. That's why a lot of people voted for him. They're like, you know what? Donald Trump was grabbing bitches by the pussy. Donald Trump was, he has bankrupt 23 businesses. Even though people understand how bankruptcy works, that's a lick for business owners. So like the people who don't know better, they couldn't see why they wouldn't vote for him. But then they can also see why they wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris too. And unfortunately, her list of cons was significantly longer to the general public than Donald Trump's was. Donald Trump was famous. He was a billionaire. He was a businessman. And these are all things that benefit companies. The way that he thinks about business, the way that he's able to go out and make deals, negotiate deals with other countries for business benefits us. I bet you if next year or whenever he says he's going to do it, that he gets rid of income tax, when he gets rid of the income tax altogether, and people aren't paying that, you make 150, take home 150, I guarantee you none of y'all are going to speak against him again.
No, they still would. They still would. I think that is unfortunate.
No, I'm talking about Bougie, because Bougie is at least realistic, and she's not intransigent. So if you give Bougie information that goes counter to what her belief is, I have seen her change her mind before. So the women like her and that are of that intellectual cloth,
I'm open to growing and learning. That's why I sit on here and I ask questions.
And I'll give you that. But nobody will speak against it because, again, everybody's complaining about money. Everybody's complaining about bills. All the stuff that he's doing, like the shit Trigger Mike shit, that's why I could have voted for him. I'm just not voting for somebody that I think uses the N-word with the hard R, regardless of whatever the fuck he's doing for me in the country. So that's why I couldn't and I didn't.
Yeah, I think that is unfortunate that we can't have conversations around this without it being emotional. The reason I didn't vote for wasn't out of emotions. It wasn't because by default I felt like I got to vote for her because she's black. All of the things that she stood behind and that she pushed, I didn't align with and I didn't agree with. Simple as that. Even if she was qualified, she wouldn't have been the first person. She would have made it further in the primaries the first year that she ran for president. I think she got like 1 vote or something like that. That on its own proves that this woman isn't qualified. She was placed there. So I don't understand why is it. I personally don't care what she did behind closed doors. If she sucking D, then hey, by all means, that's within her own rights. I don't care. What I care about is what is it that you are pushing and that you're supporting, and do I align with that or not? And there was numerous things across the board. So I personally, I don't agree with the being able to delete kids. I don't agree with the whole sex change thing with kids. I don't agree with men being in women's bathrooms. I don't agree with how they run California. So if all of these things, all of these qualifications that's supposed to put her in a place of where she's the most qualified, but the fruit is showing something completely different, then I just can't align with that. So it has nothing to do for me with her being a woman per se. It has everything that she stands for. And I think that this goes back to our conversation earlier of where we're selling out just to say, oh, we support this person, even though we disagree with all of the shit that she puts out there. Ask any black woman, do you agree with a man being in a woman's bathroom? Absolutely not. But somehow you voted for it. It doesn't make sense to me in my mind.
Ask Kamala Harris if she thinks a man should be in a woman's bathroom and see what she says.
These people can't even tell us what a woman is. Women. So how is it that you expect for me as a man, a protector and provider of my family, to support somebody that doesn't even stand with the very notions that I agree with and stand with.
Hey, can we give Trigger Mike his flowers for that logic trap that he walked
No.
through?
Nope.
Because that shit was
nope.
crazy.
Nope. Because here's the hole in that. What legislation has been passed against men specifically? Which one of y'all body parts has legislation attached to it? And what kind of legislation do you need? Because if you need something, why don't you get up and say something? Because women get up and say something when we don't want you policing our bodies. So I'm failing to understand what is it that men need that they have not said that they need. Why don't you go and get up and lobby for yourself? Go tell the little people in office what you need. If you need something that bad, why is it that as soon as a woman gets up there, now it's like, what you finna do for men? That's gonna determine if I vote for you. But you didn't ask the nigga with the dick what he was gonna do for you. I'm just trying to figure out. Shut your mouth while the fuck I'm talking. Because I don't do that to you. I don't say nothing while you saying anything. Because I don't want you saying nothing to me. So shut your ass up. Now, here's that was the hole in that. Because as soon as I heard him ask that question, I was like, oh, what is it that you need? Because y'all don't ever say that when a man get up there. And I clocked that. Now, Willie, it was very clever. Extremely clever. Like, I saw her walking into it. But the hole in that is y'all ain't got nothing to say about what men need until a woman enters the room. What you finna do for men? But women constantly have legislation surrounding their bodies and what they are able to do and their autonomy over themselves. You give us something. You give us what we are inherently owed because we are fully human. We have brains that can make informed decisions. We have fingers that can press a button, fill out a card. These are things that we should just be able to do. So I'm struggling to figure out why you, with y'all follower asses, with all of this rhetoric that you all keep spewing out that is on Fox News continuously, why it is you can't get up off y'all lazy asses and go and tell the people that are already in office what you need, instead of harping on the fact that this woman getting into office needs to pass this stupid ass test of what you gonna do for men, what you gonna do for black people. You didn't ask Obama that. So shut your ass up about her.
I got you, Trigger. So, question. Well, a couple things. One, you say that these things came from Fox News as if anything you said is your original thought. The majority of things that we talk about are things that we've heard and then extrapolated and try to internalize for ourselves. So none of these talking points are unique to you or any of us. The fact that they are spoken about so much lends to believe that those might be credible because so many people agree or believe with them, as it goes on both sides. Two, the same way you guys have, I'm mind you, right? I believe in abortions. I believe that if every time I'm on the panel, I'm further reminded that some people should have had an abortion and that we must protect women's right to abortions. Every time I go to Jump Zone, these badass kids, I am further convinced that we should be protecting women's rights to be able to vacuum a baby. No issue there. But the same way you guys have legislation about that or want legislation about that, we want legislation about, we need legislation that protects our wallets, protects what our responsibilities are, protects the fact that everything that we're supposed to be able to do in certain situations can be enforced by law, but the thing that we're supposed to receive cannot. So there are several areas where we do want things that will make it more, I say, a more level playing field for us, and we are actively campaigning and doing something about those things. The problem is the majority of the campaigns that women have for you guys' issues, all y'all do is talk. You guys talk and you'll march and tear up shit, but you won't go give money to a PAC. You won't create a PAC. You won't go find someone who can help you get what you want done. You just complain about it and then say it's men's fault. The difference is, men, we're not complaining about shit to y'all because y'all can't do shit for us. We go complain to the people that we can put our money where our mouth is or where their mouths are. We go talk to people like he said, Colin Allred, who is one of the bigger proponents for ending forever spousal support. So we're doing it. The thing, if y'all were doing what we were doing, you would have a significantly easier time getting to where you want to go as far as what these bills are. And then the last thing you said that's just categorically untrue, but you my dog, so I let you cook. We do the same thing to men. The entire time they're up there, they're not talking to y'all, they're talking to us because we're the majority of the voters, we're the majority of the workforce, and we're the majority of the people in power in our country. Everything they're talking about is typically going to be for us. So I don't have an issue with a guy coming up and be like, you know what? I don't believe you should be able to cut kids' dicks off, but I do believe she should be able to get an abortion up to 4 or 5, whatever months. No problem there. The issue now, you saying that, okay, well, we don't do anything. Like, unfortunately, like y'all's issues aren't very, very complex. The reason why they have abortion issues is because it's a health concern, and they're worried about the mortality of the mother. And there's that whole debate where when does the life start with the fetus? Is it at conception? Is it at 3 months? Is it at whatever? Your issues are based on health. It's not based on just men wanting to control you, what you do with your coochies or whatever. If you wanted to make that argument, you gotta argue that about like legalizing prostitution. That's the main way that men are controlling women's bodies. Is by saying that you can't use your coochie to make money legally. That's the argument there. It's not abortion. So it's we've been super fair and super critical. However, when you take a woman who had a state who people unilaterally, for the most part, believe is ran like shit, why would you want her to run a country? That's like your husband giving you a 3 Series BMW and you driving that bitch into the ground, and then he buys you a Bentley afterwards, thinking you're gonna do a better job driving because the car is bigger, better, nicer, and more expensive. Like that logic just doesn't work. So her being a woman is one of the many things that makes her unqualified. However, it's not the biggest. It's also not the only.
Did you respond, Bo?
Yeah, I just want to say that people have lost their lives over this abortion legislation. Like
Facts.
y'all talk about it as if it's so innocent. Like you just want to stop unnecessary lives being lost. But meanwhile, there are unnecessary lives being lost because there is no gray area with this. We either do it or we don't. And if we don't, then there are going to be women and even babies who die anyway. So like, it's too many like hard lines instead of just letting people do what they do. Like, if I'm being honest, y'all like natural selection. Shut y'all stupid asses up about this because women are losing their lives. There are so many things happening after all of this has happened, especially Tennessee and Georgia. Man, let me tell you something. Is folk being just being taken advantage of and dying over this when you could just let people do whatever they're gonna do with their bodies. It's their bodies. It's not your baby. You mad because it's not your baby? Then go make a baby. And then go make a baby with a woman that doesn't believe in that. And ta-da, problem solved. But that one for you, Willie. But what my response to Willie is, there are casualties because people make light of why abortions exist in the first place and not how people misuse them.
No argument there. None. We understand that people using abortion for birth control is fucking retarded.
All right, hold on, Vince. Hold on.
That shit was disturbing. Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you down on the list. We got to get the truth. So I'm gonna play this little small clip. And then go ahead and respond to whatever you want to, and then respond to the clip. Okay. All right, True. All right.
Insane update about the ICE shooting in Minnesota today. We just learned that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi sent a letter to officials in Minnesota telling them they'll remove ICE agents from the state if they turn over their voter rolls. This was just confirmed by Senator Chris Murphy, who said Pam Bondi sent this letter to ICE officials telling them that ICE will leave if they give over this database to Trump. He adds, guess what? This has never been about safety or immigration. It's a pretext for Trump to take over elections in swing states. And this is part of the letter. You can see down here it's signed Pam Bondi, Attorney General, and it reads, third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law. Why would that be part of a deal to get ICE out of the state? There is no evidence that there's anything wrong with their voter rolls. Chris Murphy is exactly right. They will use this data for something nefarious, whether it be tracking people down, accessing personal information, or doing something with the 2026 midterms. Trump and his regime are unhinged. This cannot continue.
Go ahead, Drew.
I wish I could expound upon this, but I don't know enough about just that clip to be able to give anything clear and concise. So, I'll land there.
All right, but what did you want to respond to the previous conversation? I see you doing some in the back chat as well.
Oh, mainly just that it just appears to me, and for whatever reason, it seems like with the president that was chosen by the country, in mass, most of the women were offended. For whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know what it is to be a woman. I don't know what it is to be a Black woman, but it just is very interesting how we still find ourselves talking about this based on the illusion that this woman was going to do something better, however. That it was just interesting to me. And we spent a lot of time, even around the time where we did choose our president, that it just seems like there's a emotional wound that exists mainly amongst our people and our women. I don't know where that comes from, to be honest. It just, so in the back chat, I was going back and forth. I was called names. It is what it is. I just feel like the women are just insecure in a lot of ways. And for whatever reason, having the highest office in the land is going to somehow, some way make them feel better about their lives. Whether it was Kamala, whether it was anybody, you still got to go clock in at Target or Sephora or your county job or wherever you work. And that's how I feel about it.
If they want to be like Kamala, they could just go marry the same white man that she married and marry 2 raised white kids. Like, you don't have to run for president to be like Kamala. She did a lot of things that women could aspire or achieve to, strive to be. I mean, I would think that a lot of y'all probably are already pretty skilled at one of her secret skills, and you could leverage that if need be. Like, you guys have options.
Yeah, I'm gonna just call it out, man. It's disturbing and disgusting that we are literally arguing about being able to delete babies. Like, that's the craziest thing. I want to say that since Roe v. Wade was lifted, there has been more deletions than when it was legal. The other part about that as well was that he wasn't necessarily saying that it's illegal all across the land. He was giving the power back to the states, and which was the original concept of the Constitution, was for the people to have the power to be able to make these decisions. So the fact that we are willing to sell our souls just to be able to delete babies is the most mind-boggling thing ever in this world to me.
I don't really think that anybody is saying that we don't want the states to have power. I think that everybody believing
that is what y'all are saying.
No, it's not.
That's
I think
literally what y'all are saying.
Is that if I go to my doctor here in Georgia and I want to have a deletion of a child, of a baby, right? Who are you to tell me that I cannot travel to New York and do that? The same way that they don't track you down when you travel to California to smoke, because it's legal there. If I want to travel to do something that's legal in another state where that state has the power to say what's legal there, that shouldn't be illegal when I go back home. Because that's like saying, okay, I went to California and I smoked, and then now that I come back home and I take if I have a drug test and it's positive, now I'm going to jail. No, that's not fair. You said it was legal to do X, Y, and Z in said environment where the state has the power, right? But then you're trying to track these people down and say, oh, well, when you went to your OB in your home state, you were pregnant. Why'd you come back not pregnant? Now, like, those are things that are happening that nobody's talking about. So if you're going to say it's up to the state,
where is that happening at?
That's happened to multiple women. You can definitely look that up online, where those are things that are happening. People are literally taking it upon themselves to, like, there are nonprofit organizations that will be able to like help you fly to said states, and those are secret organizations because people are taking it upon themselves to be like, what do you call that, whistleblowers, and be like, oh, I knew that she was pregnant. Or doctors that do not believe in abortions are finding ways to out these women, and you're getting in trouble in your home states. That is the problem. If you're saying that the state has a right, then I should be able to travel to whatever state has a right and allows me to do whatever I want to do.
So Bougie, real quick. Like, I can see the emotion in which you're talking about this, and here's where I'm at with it as somebody who is actually very into politics. I understand everything about your emotion and your passion for that particular topic, right? I can't, like, literally, I'm not a woman. I understand why somebody trying to take control of your reproductive rights would be an absolutely tumultuous topic for like a woman. The only difference, and this is what I tell the people, why you expect me to care? I got stuff on my agenda. I have other things. I only cared about one woman that I ever got that was ever pregnant, and that was my wife. So you can't expect me to use my one vote. I got one vote. I got property taxes. I got kids. I got all this type of stuff. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I get why y'all care about it, and I understand why it would be priority one.
We don't want you to care.
Wait, hold on, Boozy, real quick. Boozy, real quick.
We don't want anybody to care. We just want the choice to be ours. That shouldn't be a part of legislation. That's what we're saying.
Okay,
Viz, can you point out that it's not illegal for someone to go to another state where abortion
That's
is?
literally what I was just about to say.
Anywhere.
It is
not
on
illegal
the
for you to go to it. It's not.
It's on the Planned Parenthood website
Literally.
stating that it is not illegal to do the very thing that you just said is illegal.
In
and
no
that you would
state.
get in trouble for.
I didn't say
we got to remove. Hold on, wait. We have to remove emotion from these conversations because this is crazy. This is crazy. We are literally arguing about being able to delete kids, man. That's sick. That's some sick shit to me. I don't know. Maybe my morals is just too high.
And the fact that a third of her generation has already been aborted.
They said this last year there has been 400,000 black children, babies, deleted in 1 year.
The highest percentage of all women.
What is going on here, man? Like that's
how we
shit.
triggered artificial intellectual. On the last episode, when I said the worst place for a the most dangerous place for a black baby to be is in her mother's womb.
But that's what I'm saying. I think, Bougie, you compare something like a leisure practice of smoking to a potential life. I don't know if that was a fair comparison. It's like saying that in certain states, if I'm not, incorrect, you can go to certain states and marry underage, like 16-year-olds, like current day. Like it's permitted, and some people have a strong stance against that. It's like, no, that's not right. It's like when we say as men, yeah, why is there such a stronghold against women having the freedom to abort children? Why not put in practice the ability to maybe not be put in that situation? And then I know even with that, sometimes they'll be like, well, sometimes it just happens. I don't believe pregnancy just happens. You got to do something to get pregnant. So it's like, where's the responsibility of, if you're going to act as an adult, do what's necessary and stop using like the scapegoat of deletion to minimize your responsibility. I guess that's where I get lost, whether it's
moral. And I'll ask you this one question, Bougie. Let me ask you this one question.
When it comes to deletion is that I look at it from a standpoint of when we take that away. I know how men like to say that, like, they don't know much about postpartum or they feel like it's not real or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. I think that when we have babies being born in households where they're not wanted, I would much rather them have not been here because I don't know what that child's going to go through. We see so many people
for adoption.
Do you? Okay, so let's talk about. Okay, cool. Let's talk about adoption.
So now there's a problem with giving a kid up to adoption.
Do you?
Hold on, y'all, we got to do one mic.
Black babies are the least ones to be adopted. They're not sought after in adoption.
So,
Like,
real
So
quick,
there's
Bougie.
there's not black men and women out there that can't have
no,
children that are
no.
willing to take on black kids.
Not in mass. There's not very. She's right. Well, she's saying there's not
So
any.
yeah,
That there's not
that's
a
what I'm
lot.
saying. No,
But
it's
Bougie,
not.
to be
Like when I had
Bougie,
my
hold on for a
first
second.
child, I
What
was
you
19 years old, and when I thought about doing adoption at one point during my pregnancy, when they gave me a list of all the families that I could that were willing to take in like a child, right? Most of them came with specific instructions of what type of child they were looking to take in. A lot of them did not include black.
hold on for
Especially, go ahead, Willie.
hold on. So there's some key things we just been misrepresented today. One, almost 100% of newborn babies get adopted in America. That's one. Two, the fact that there aren't a lot of black people who are willing to adopt does not mean that you giving up your baby means it won't get adopted. You're trying to say, well, you want to give up your baby and then say who the baby goes to. That's not your business. Once you give that baby up, you have no say. And then lastly, what you have literally just done is say that, hey, I want abortions to be legal, but if they're not, I don't want to. Giving up kids for adoption is also bad. It sounds as if you would rather kill a baby than give a baby up for adoption, based off of what you've said so far. And then lastly, when we talk about adoptions, you're right. I'm familiar with the adoption process, and they do give you a list of people, and those people who are willing to take in your babies, right? However, when you go through a government agency and you go through a private agencies do that. Those are the guys who are going to be telling you, like, hey, I want a baby with blue eyes, curly hair, 3 legs, and an extra nipple. A state-funded agency, you're going to get the first fucking baby that we have. And that is why newborn babies get adopted at almost 100% clip. So, from your experience, the reason why you didn't give that baby up was because you couldn't control where it went. Then you should have had the baby, which you did, and then raise that motherfucker yourself. So you have a say. But once you take that baby and drop them off at a fire station or give them up for adoption through the formal process, you have no say where it goes. Anything past that is almost disingenuous. Any concern you have for a child that you're willing to give up for someone else to raise after the fact is almost like saying, you know what, man, I'm gonna sell Viz. I'm gonna sell you this car, but nigga, you better not drive that bitch more than 50 miles or I want it back. Well, no, I don't want it back because I can't afford it, but you better wash that bitch every other week. Otherwise, I want it back. Like, you can't have it both ways. And that's the issue that a lot of us men take with women on the abortion issue, is that y'all talk out of both sides of your mouths. Two, you'll say things that are just categorically not true and easily verifiable. And three, you want to have control over a baby that you didn't want in the first place.
No, it's not. You realize that not just the mother is saying where the baby gets to go. It's if that family wants to adopt. Like, just the same way that a family can choose, okay, I know I'm not equipped to handle a child with possible autism. So no, I don't want to take in that type of child. Or I don't want to take in a child from a different culture than me because I'm not equipped to be able to teach them or let it, like, the family can choose. What I'm saying is that a lot of families that are into adopting are not Black families. That's for one. And then the families that are into adopting, which are majority white and Asian families, they are not picking Black babies, is what I'm saying.
Fair. So you know what else you just said that also is just categorically untrue? They don't ask the dad a motherfucking thing about adopting a baby when a woman has it. If I got you pregnant right now, you can go give my baby up for an adoption and they won't contact me for shit.
That is absolutely not true, Willie.
It is 100% true, because what it will require you to do is to say that, one, you know who the father is, and then two, what woman is going to say she knows who the father of her baby is when she's trying to get rid of it? Because if you wanted to give the baby up, you just would have gave it to me in the first place. So again, like, this is the problem with these arguments. Like, women have really good reasons to need abortions. You got raped and raped, incest, you know what I'm saying? The baby's going to kill you. I understand, I get that. But like, when women are talking about just being able to have abortions because I was irresponsible with my pussy and then let this nigga shoot the club up and I'm pregnant and I have a baby I don't want, need, or can't afford. It's like you got to be very, very accurate in what you're saying, because when you're not, it's always going to make you come across like you're just you say, you know what? I want to be able to have abortions because I'm too lazy to take birth control, or I want to have abortions because IUDs or implants make me fat. Like you'd rather get your uterus out instead of put a condom on every dick you ride. That's what it makes your argument seem like it's skewed to, when you aren't accurate in what you're saying.
All right, let's go to your Bo in now.
So it's very interesting to hear that men now care about loss of life. That means if men really do care about life, right? We wouldn't have legislation trying to take away programs to feed these children. If men truly cared about life, we wouldn't have these people out here telling our children in school that let your parents pay for it. Like, y'all truly don't care about life. If you cared about life, we wouldn't have people out here fighting in wars. You find another way to solve problems. If y'all really cared about life, y'all wouldn't try to jump from buildings acting like y'all know how to do parkour, but that was a joke. But I'm just like, y'all truly don't care about life. You also don't care about what people do with your DNA, because if you did, then you wouldn't be so flippant about giving it to just any woman. So like, you truly don't care about life in general. Like, you're just mad about this one thing. Let's not talk about life like you care. There are so many other ways that people can die, and y'all just let it happen. It's legal. Let it happen. It's war. We got to take over the country. I'm just like, y'all really don't care for real.
Bo, I know you're an ally of the LGBT community, right?
That is some sick.
Hold on, I got it, Viz. Don't worry. Viz,
I don't give a fuck. What about what you think?
I love the fact that you listen to me. I feel like we've had so much growth, because episode 1, Bo used to want to push me in front of a bridge. Push me off a bridge. Okay.
Yeah, so like I do Viz now.
Well, hey, listen, we switched places, because when I first came on, you and Viz was cool. But so you support the LGBT community, right? Like you don't have an issue with it. So I'm going to show you how you can support some of a thing and not have to support the entire thing. You have no issue with LGB, right? And I know you're not against the T, because it doesn't really bother you. But what about the portion of the LGBTQRS alphabet community that wants to make being attracted to children normal? You wouldn't support that, I would take. Correct? Just yes or no? That's not we ain't got to touch it. Yes or no? It's a lot. I'm following I'm showing you how your logic fails about saying we don't care about children.
Hold on.
Based on male.
But we have to have an honest conversation about that before I answer that question, though.
No, you don't. You have to answer the question, because, and then we'll have the conversation after you answer it.
Because you can't lump them in together. That's a completely different set of people.
So that's what I'm saying.
That just so happens to
what
be.
You just lumped together was the very different things. You said that we don't care about life because if we did, we wouldn't fight wars. As if us going to war is not actually what protects and makes people safer. We kill bad guys who act against our interests. Again, as a military person, this is something we can get into at length. We can talk about this ad nauseum. You said that we don't care about lives because there's legislation that is trying to get rid of programs, and we have passed legislation that is trying to limit programs to keep them from being taken advantage of, because the programs are raising the kids the parents are having instead of the parents. So the reason why I asked you that was simple, because you support a part of a thing, and just because you support a part of a thing doesn't mean you support the entire thing. I would bet my left nut that you would never vote for somebody who was saying, you know what, you 40-year-old dude, you should be able to sleep with a 10-year-old. I would bet all the money that I've earned and will earn that you would never support that. The same way that you don't support that one thing, there are certain things that Viz, me, Hink, True, we won't support about when it comes to life, which is we don't want to see babies being killed because unnecessarily. If that baby was going to cost you your life, I have no problem with you pulling the baby out and surviving. If you were raped, I have no problem with you deleting that little semen demon that is inside your uterus then. If you were, if it was a baby of incest, no issue. The issue that we all have unilaterally and watch the men's faces is when women use abortion as birth control. That's the problem that we have, because you guys have 42 different versions of birth control. You can pick one that works for you that doesn't have you killing a third of a generation in a year. Within the next 5 years, black women will have aborted more babies than people died in a Holocaust. And we talk about the Holocaust in school. It's one of the things we're all very sensitive
I don't think you
of.
can say that word.
Why? I didn't say the smooths. I said Holocaust. That's okay. The hologram, whatever. Yeah, black women will have killed more babies, black babies, in the next 5 to 6 years than people were killed in concentration camps. That's the problem that we have. So I have no issue sitting here saying, hey, you know what? I think Section 8 should be limited as a Section 8 investor. And you guys know what my background is. I have no issue with Section 8 being limited to, it's no longer generational. You can't pass it down to your daughters because that doesn't get you off of Section 8. Section 8 is supposed to be a bridge, not a fucking town. So I have no issue with that. I have no issue talking about, well, damn, we need to get people off of food stamps because it keeps you on food stamps. So you got to be on here for 2-3 years or can't smoke if you're on food stamps. You got to do like when you're on workers' comp, you have to apply for 3 jobs a week. People get food stamps, they even have that requirement. So I have no issue with these programs being reformed, but you cannot say that I don't care about kids because I feel that there should be reform in these things. That's not an equal argument. And then when you like the same thing Bougie did, when you start giving examples that aren't that don't necessarily fit, but they have shock value, like you said, war. Again, if we killed 1 million people in war, how many people did we save? If it wasn't for us killing so many people in France would be speaking German right now. Like, war is a benefit when it comes to the safety of a people, especially when it's on a global part. So if we didn't have that, then we could say we didn't care about life if we let what was going on over there keep going, because then it wouldn't be 6 million. It would be, 60, because he'd have kept killing and kept moving west and kept killing people. But us going to war, sacrificing a couple 100,000 we lost to kill the 1 million that we killed, saved the lives of 1 billion people after. So
if I could just say, one, war was not my main point. My main point was really that y'all really don't want to feed these kids. You make fun of women who are on food stamps. And I get it. Like, some of these people are like generational, like, this is what you do. This is the formula. Have a baby, get on food stamps, get on Section 8, and that's how you make it in life. I know that happens. But what I'm saying is women who truly need it, it was a big thing. Making fun of women. They finna take y'all food stamps. What you gonna do now? Now you gotta be with a man. You really don't be caring about these kids for real. That was my point. I'm just saying war because people are dying unnecessarily. And I really wish it was to protect us against bad guys. Unfortunately, these countries that we keep going to war with always are on the OPEC list. And until we can get off the OPEC list and go and actually defend people from actual bad people, and I ain't going to say who and what and where at this point, but when we have this OPEC list available and we see every single country we have been in conflict with, it's really about resources and it ain't really about protecting us. But that's neither here nor there.
Making sure we have resources protects us.
What I'm saying is we are going to these countries stealing their resources. That is this is what we are doing. So, but that wasn't my major point. My major point was y'all really don't be caring about these kids. You and I agree on this, Willie. Like we've talked about this. We agree on what we agree on. But people just sitting up here talking about abortions as if you don't have casualties because you just talked about casualties of war. Cool. Great. We got to lose some to benefit us. you're going to have people who misuse this system, who are going to do things that are not good. But the greater good is women don't have to unnecessarily die because we can give them medical care that keeps them alive. And some of that medical care is going to be a termination of pregnancy so that they can live. Y'all really don't be caring about life for real.
So, to that point, real quick, and I gotta bounce. We actually, I disagree, but I want to be a little bit more intellectual on the disagreement. It is almost no stat available for what happens after you give a child to its father. There's no welfare stat. Like they don't even keep those stats. So to say that we don't care about life is actually incorrect. It's incorrect to say we don't care about life when we are all fathers who actively take care of their children. We already know that the detriment happens when it's the woman who has the child. That's where all of this aid talk comes in, right? It never, only 11% of men who have custody of their children even put the mom on child support. So men, without a shadow of a doubt, take care of their children because they should be in our care in the first place. So here's what I've narrowed it down that men do not like, that this country seems to have too many situations of. Men do not want their provision dictated to them by the state or by a woman. That's it. If we would just have more situations in which they would say what's in the best interest of this child is to be with the person who can actually monetarily and financially take care of them, we would not have to have this conversation over and over. And that's a conversation, like nobody, of course, no woman is going to want to have that conversation in earnest because she craves control over that man through the baby. I'm not even trying to be insensitive, but we already know the situations, including baby deletion, in which a woman's life is at risk is 0.000 something, right? So we can't really factor that into this equation. And I'll land. Thank y'all for having me today.
Hey, Bo, when to his point, it's unfortunate that abortion is the issue that makes women feel like people don't care for kids, because I look at things from both sides. There's several things that you can talk about that would say that would probably give more weight to a man not caring about a child, about if a child lives or dies or not. However, abortion is not going to be one of them, because unfortunately, there's the fact that they don't even keep stats for what happens when a boy goes with his father. What it really tells you is the typical danger or the worst place for that person to be is with the mother. That's why they pay attention to it. That's why they track it, because they have so much of it happening, and then all of these other negative derivatives come from it. So they track those things. They're not going to track things that aren't a problem. That's why they don't track with men, and then only 11% of men are putting women on child support. They're not tracking these things because with men, we're not having these issues. And the best part about being a man is that when you take a child, you're choosing to take that child. You're choosing to be active. Like, we don't have to. We could easily leave you by yourself. We could easily, man, fuck them kids. But when a man is a father, it's a choice he makes. When a man allows a woman to say, no, okay, look, you can have a baby, I'll take the baby. That's a choice that he makes. It is significantly safer for a woman to, outside of the situations I mentioned already, to have that baby and give it to the father. Because you know what I do know what happens with women when they have those, they're saying deleted fetus, is that they regret it. It's something they think about later. Well, the good women. We're not talking about these hyena bitches. We're not talking about them. But they regret it. And then I would say that if say we had a child, or you were pregnant, you're going to give me a baby because you didn't want it. You seeing that baby grow up, you're going to change your mind about wanting to be involved at some point. Regardless of the shame, the guilt you feel for, giving them away and not being involved for the first 3, 4, whatever years, you still have the opportunity to come back. And that's significantly better for that child than that baby being killed.
But so why aren't men fighting to have equal rights at birth? Like, I feel like it should be standard when that, I think that it should be standard at birth for that man to have 50% custody, period. You are required to have that baby 50% of the time when that baby is born. Why is it that we don't have anything to
Because y'all
tell
fight
these
against
women?
it. That's
Because
that's
women
thank
fight
you.
against it.
So listen,
That's
I swear to God, I wasn't trying to walk you into this, but you just bougie yourself. Women
I
fight
didn't.
against
I've
that.
always agreed with that.
No,
I
I'm saying
genuinely
asking the question is what I mean. Because now it
okay.
opens up the argument. Like you walked into this one. Men do fight for this. Women fight against it. And you know why they fight against it? Because it benefits them financially. Do you know why most politicians fight against it? Because it benefits the states financially. Texas made, I think they paid out $9.6 billion a year last year in child support. Off that money, the interest they make is what pays state salaries. It's what pays retirements for judges. It's a financial game for them. That is why that shit's not going to change anytime soon. Because, and then again, women are fighting against that shit harder than y'all fight for your abortion rights. Y'all would rather have the right to put a nigga on child support than you'd rather have the right to kill a baby. That's why the women on the right-hand side are such staunch advocates for men. Because, hey, we're telling the women that you guys are going to have this baby and we want to give you child support. Excuse me, not child support, equal pay, equal custody. On the other side, they're like women first, men are lucky, men are secondary, tertiary if they live with their parents. Again, we talked about why people voted for the other side. It's shit like this. Women are the only people who are fighting against men having equal rights and say when it comes to children. It's only women and some gay niggas. But it's primarily women fighting against this shit. And the fact that we even have to fight against it should prove to you that it's not men who don't care about children. It's more likely women, because we understand that women are the worst parents out of a man and a woman. The woman is the worst parent, statistically speaking.
Men are spending millions of dollars every
context.
year in family court just to get their kids, just to be able to even see them.
Viz, don't make it general. I'll give you some personal information. Do you know how much it cost me to get my kids when I got divorced? $360,000.
I know, because I personally went through it.
And you know why it cost me that? Because one, I had to pay for a team of attorneys to make sure the playing field was balanced. And then more importantly, I had to actually go and financially compensate to make sure that it made sense for this to work for us. Like it makes no sense that a person has to spend $250,000 to be a fucking father. Like I almost spent half a ticket to have my kids run around this motherfucker so I could scream at them and push them downstairs if they don't act right, so I could be a dad. Like I had to fight to be a father for someone who was actually there the entire fucking time. Every pregnancy, ain't missed a day for school, ain't missed an appointment, a PTA meeting, nothing. I had to fight because the court by default was like, okay, go with the mom Monday through Friday. The kid you get them on every other weekend. So I would have went from having my kids every day in my house, but because I divorced their mother, they were going to automatically say, well, since you divorced the mom, you must not want the kids. No, nigga, I don't want that bitch. That's what it means. It don't have shit to do with my kids. So I did what I needed to do to pay that. The average man can't do that. Less than 1% of men can do that. Less than 1% of men have the ability to go even get that type of money to go support that type of shit. And not to say that it's going to cost everybody $360, but it's going to cost you six figures easy per child to get one, to get access to them. Buddy is on the show, Maestro. He's going through this shit right now, representing himself pro se because he can't afford to pay for the type of attorneys he needs to make sure he's going to win this case. But you know who's on the other side of every man trying to get custody of their kids? A woman and a fucking court system. So so when you're saying we're not fighting for shit, trust me, we are fighting.
I mean, I didn't say that y'all aren't. I just asked why aren't you?
Not specifically. You said men aren't fighting. You said why aren't men fighting for equality?
I said why aren't. I didn't make a claim. I just said why aren't you? I don't know any of this. I am on the side of the fact that men need to have automatic 50% custody because that's your child. You're the parent.
I understand.
So I don't disagree with y'all there.
The claim that you made that we're not as inherent because you said, "Why aren't you? Why are you not fighting?" That's the sentence you said. That's where
because as a woman.
So what you meant was that, well, why don't I see more men fighting, or just even lead with curiosity? If you're not sure about some of these conversations, something I learned that works perfectly, you just lead with curiosity. Well, why do you feel that way, or why are you not seeing that? You're not seeing it for this reason. You can have a conversation that's not going to have you making these false claims. However,
Well,
men,
that was literally my point right
but
then.
it's not
Like
what you
that,
said though.
I
You
was.
know,
But
word. You know, I'm king of
yeah,
words have meaning.
it goes
I know.
against the
I said,
narrative.
why aren't
The
men
narrative.
fighting for 50% custody?
That implies that men are not fighting, which is not true.
I don't see it. That's all I'm
Well, of
saying. Like
course you
I
don't
don't
see it
see
because
it,
you're a
but I
woman.
also don't.
Yeah,
I
Are you
know.
trying to see it though? That's the
whenever,
question. Are you trying
bro,
to
I
see
got
it?
something to say. I got something
There's
to say.
plenty of
Go ahead, Ethan.
there's plenty
Yeah, you know
of
me and
people
you
that
don't rap
talk.
viz.
I don't care.
Vince never
Just
let
mute
people
yourself.
talk.
I'm talking
He
in
just
general.
keep going. He won't even let
So
somebody talk.
there's
Yeah,
plenty of
Vince, you've been
people.
talking for 3 hours. Let someone else talk, please.
I know your
This is
big
what I'm
head
trying
ass
to
ain't
say.
talking, man.
I know your foolish ass is always going to talk.
I tell you.
Yeah, so this is what I got to say, bro. Bo, you know when you go on computer, right? You start searching for something. Whatever you search is always going to keep populating. But because you don't search for things that concern men, right? You're not going to get those information. It's just natural. What you look for, what you search for, is what you're going to find. I have a lot of friends that go through the same thing and have gone through the same thing. It's not just a black man thing, it's not just a white man thing, it's across every race. Men fight for their children. Allah. People spend more than $1 million just to have a child, just to have their two kids, or their children, just to have access to them. Men go through a lot, but if you don't search for it, if you don't look for those information about what men go through, you will never find it. My cousin sister, what she put her husband through broke my heart. You see what I'm saying? She's my cousin sister. That man didn't really get access to his kids until they were grown. I sat down and talked to her, and I thought everything was okay, that she was going to let her husband have access to those kids. She didn't, because she put herself first over her kids. That's what most women do. As a woman, you might not feel like that. That's okay. We all have biases in our mind. It's just how life is. But if you say that men don't go through that, come on. Men go through a lot, far more than women go through. It's just that the thing is that women are more vocal about what they go through than men. We keep it to ourselves, or we discuss with our friends.
Yeah, that's not true either. There's plenty of men groups of where men are in a group trying to get their kids back. Like it's literally a nationwide thing because men across across the country is experiencing it, and they are extremely vocal about it because it's been going on for a long time. I don't know how long ago Willie went to court for it, but I was going to court for it back in '07.
2023.
I did it in '07, and even then it was hell. So I can only imagine what people are spending on it now. So no, this is something that is commonly talked about, but it's brushed under the rug because it doesn't fit the narrative of women, of where they intentionally and willingly ignore it. They'll use talking points of, oh well, you should have tried harder, or you should have did this, you should have did that. When in actuality, just like Willie said, most men, they get to a point of where they're financially exhausted, they're mentally and spiritually exhausted, because all they want to do is see their children, and this bitter woman that's probably fighting to be able to delete them is keeping them from being able to do it. So I personally think this is a cultural thing that we need to acknowledge and point out, because this whole conversation is just insane. And for it to be conflated to we not believing that people should be able to just go and delete babies, to now we don't care about the kids. Like that was an insane talking point.
Go ahead, CT. Welcome to the show, brother. Oh, CT dropped off.
Yeah,
that's it.
let me say this real quick because I was on
Oh
name
shit.
Buji.
Oh
Buji,
shit.
right? Buji said something that made me laugh. She said that Kamala Harris, no, I think Will was asking her a question. That was a good trap. But the thing is that Buji got to understand is this, right? I was going to vote for Kamala Harris. My cousin was somebody was trying to talk me into it. But one thing that people have to understand is this: abortion or women issue is not the only issue in America. An American president has to be able to command a lot of respect. Even though Trump doesn't do it, he has to command a lot of respect in the world podium. And not only that, a country that doesn't take care of its men is in deep trouble. So if she's gonna be president of the United States, she gotta look the men in the eyes and tell them what she can do for them. But the fact that Buji couldn't tell anything about even her herself can do for a man, that was the reason why at the last minute I choose not to vote for Kamala Harris or Trump because I was never going to vote for Trump. I kept my vote for myself and vote down the ballot. You got to take care of your men. If you don't do that, your country will never last past 100 years. And the reason why America is going down the way it's going down, both financially, is because it exported what it's supposed to use to take care of the men, which is what? Manufacturing. When they took out that manufacturing out of this country and took it overseas just because of production cost, they destroyed the economy. But to protect the economy, they financialize the economy, which makes America a financial country, not a manufacturing country anymore. And being a financial country, that means you can employ men and women in the office. In some cases, you can employ more women. And that has contributed to the destruction of this economy because it's financialized. If you go to China, China have more men employed by almost 6 times than women. And their economy is booming all the time at 8 point something percent. Now in PPP GDP, right? China worth $40 trillion, and America is about 28 trillion, all because of manufacturing. And who works in manufacturing? Man. So if this country continues down this track, in the next 15 years, India will become the second largest country behind China, and America will drop to number 3. And in 25 years, guess who is going to be number 3? Is Russia. America will be downgraded to number 4. Even though America will always have higher population than Russia, but because Russia has manufacturing, it will overtake America. That's it.
All right.
So I gotta go, Gerald. But just to be fair, solution based, right? I always want to give a solution. For what we talk about now, women stop fighting for men to stop forcing men to fight to be in their father's lives. Be in their children's lives. For Kamala Harris, get out of politics and just become an author. What was the other thing we talked about? Oh, the diaspora between black, FBAs and tethers. Yeah, I really don't give much weight to non-black Americans about black American issues. The same way that, like when I've been to Nigeria a couple of times. I don't go over there and comment on their politics and expect them to give what I say very much credence because it doesn't affect me. And then again, I'm sorry if it offended somebody when I said that, I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris if she was a woman, but I wouldn't. I don't believe that women should have the right to vote. And the reason why they shouldn't have the right to vote is because they can't be drafted. They can't be sent to war. So I don't think a woman should be president and be able to send men to a war that she could never, ever be drafted into. I don't believe that a woman should have the right to send other men to die potentially in another country to fight a war that she herself would never fight. That's why. So if that doesn't make sense to you, then I mean, you can just take it because I hate women, and I'm fine with that too.
All right.
I got to add something right quick, JR. I'm so sorry.
Real quick. Get some-
When you move to Nigeria and live in
damn.
Nigeria, you have every right to say anything because that's where you live, that's where your family is, that's where your children eat and sleep. So until you do that, you don't really have to say nothing in Nigeria if you are just visiting. But if you live there, you have every right because all the immigrants in Nigeria, India, which is the largest immigrant, followed by Americans, which is another big immigrants in Nigeria. They can say anything and nobody will say nothing to them because guess what? Their children are there. So where your family is, where your business is where your mind is. And that's where your heart is. So for those immigrants that are here in America, they have the same right that you have. They don't comment about Africa. I'm never going to put my mouth about African Americans. But even though my wife is wrong, but what I will do is that I will say things about America because guess what? My business is here, even though most of my business are in Nigeria, but I still have businesses. I have every right because I pay taxes. I'm a US citizen. I pay taxes. I'm Nigerian American, and every Nigerian, even though they're not citizens, as long as they make income and pay that tax here, they have every right, and nobody has that right to take that right from them. If you want to take it away from them, you do a legislative changes. But as long as the current legislation is what it is, they have every right to do it because they have their children and their family to protect. I don't like illegal immigration. Nobody should allow that. But for those that are here, if you don't like it, you can do nothing about it. But they have to pay their tax and they have to protect their family. So they have every right to say whatever they want to say. And if you don't like it, go hike.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say they don't have the right to say it. I just said that I don't give what's being said much credence because it doesn't affect them. And I have
You
no issue
don't
with
you don't
that
have
being.
to.
I have no issue with it not affecting them when in Nigeria. I have business interests in several other countries. I don't go over there and talk about what they have going on because unless it affects me. So, say if Dubai decided they want to start taxing people, I would have a voice. I'd have something to say then. If Bahrain decided they want to start taxing people, I'd have a voice. If Japan decided they wanted to keep business visas, they wanted to cut them in half, then I'd have an issue. But I'm still not going to speak about what their people are dealing with, regardless of the fact because I am not one.
That's right.
Go
They
ahead,
shouldn't
Steve.
speak. They shouldn't come and speak in your front. That's anything that I agree on that one.
Yeah. Go ahead, CT. Welcome to the show, bro. What you got for us?
Man, I so that you were live, and salute to you, man. Happy New Year, JR, man. It's been a minute. Salute to the panel. I saw you guys were live. I'm still live on my other channel, man, but I wanted to drop by. I don't know exactly what's being talked about, if I can get, brushed up to speed, but I saw the title. So, I am the foundational Black American expert. So I saw the title and I was, oh yeah, let me get my 2 cents. Yeah. Yeah, I am the expert. So yeah.
God damn.
I don't know what's going on. What's going on? I mean, what are you guys talking about? I mean, I don't know.
Kamala Harris was like one of the last people we were talking about, CT.
Oh, Kamami? Oh,
God.
what about what about her?
I'm gonna
What
have to
about her?
leave y'all with this because I can't hear another black man do this. Like y'all, I can't. I gotta let y'all have this because the hate, the unnecessary hate is like, can we talk about anything else? Because the unnecessary, like the hate be unnecessary.
But you
It's
just happen
hell.
to have you have to have a panel of men who are in the 16% of black men that didn't vote for. So that's fair. That's fair as you feel that way. But you do have to realize that not just black men, just us on the panel are talking like this. But 84% of niggas voted for her.
Can we just talk about anything else? Can we pick anything else but this? And if not, I respect that. Y'all can talk about her. I gotta go.
Let's
I'm
talk
gonna
about
have to
Willie
go.
Brown. You cool with Willie Brown?
Jesus. Who?
Willie Brown.
No.
He ain't shit. Boy, he ain't shit.
Montel Williams.
You're an asshole.
Deleting babies.
Huh?
Deleting babies.
Can we go back to the beginning of the conversation? Because this got way too dumb. Way
That's
too
okay.
fast.
So CT, let me ask you a question, big dog. How
Jesus
do you
Christ.
feel about politicians that support legislation saying that little boys should be able to chop their dicks off to become little girls?
You're talking about okay, let's just be honest about it. You're talking about the left. I truly believe that any politician where politicians should definitely stay out of the business of parental rights. That's a parental right. And most parents would find that to be abhorrent, to be honest with you, man. So any politician that champions this mental illness, you know, it's in their right. You know, we don't live in a dictatorship, but any politician that champions it should be criticized, should have content made against them, should be protested against. It's absurd. Children are stupid, and they're not fully developed. So it's up to the parent to make all the right decisions. And any parent that's so mentally ill that would want that type of surgery, in my world, they would be jailed. But unfortunately, we live in a country where there are certain types of freedom. So, but yeah, man, I find that up to be absolutely abhorrent. Yeah.
You know what, JR? I got to drop, but I know you're in good hands because CT is here. So I agree with everything the man said, and he's got an AKG mic, so this nigga's serious. So y'all have a good night. I got to go be a dad. I love most of y'all, and if you need me, JR, hit me, bro. All right, y'all be safe.
I guess. Yeah. So that was really it, man. We was just talking about the beginning of the show was the foundational Black American, and they need us to be victims. So,
yeah.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with Deontay from Grits and Egg Podcast. So the brother that was on here earlier, he didn't really like the messaging from Deontay and what he has to say about foundational Black Americans and him saying that they are coons. He's saying that he's a living testimony of beating the odds, of being able to, being jail, come from not the ideal background, being able to survive despite what Deontay has to say. So that's what the conversation started off about. Then we just kind of spiraled into everything else.
JR, are you familiar
I
with
got a story on to
hold on, EK.
Yeah.
JR, are you familiar with a fire sale?
No.
So I'm not in corporate America, never have worked in corporate America. I only know about it through casual reading, but a fire sale is when a company or a financial institution attempts to sell a product that's gradually on the decline. JR, I really see a fire sale with the whole victimization trope with Black Americans at this point, with foundational Black Americans, man. I see, I saw this old woman, Pam Grier, on The View the other day. Man, I said, God damn, she's trying to sell a product that doesn't even exist. She said that she saw a hanging in Columbus, Ohio when she was a kid, and she was born after 1950. I said, look at this crazy woman. And eventually we're going to have people born in 2000 saying this too. Oh, it was the year 2025 and I was in Manhattan, New York City, and I saw a hanging. And it's never going to stop. But the more we get into the future, the crazier it's going to sound, right? So I see a lot of fire sale with this victimization, because, let's be honest about it. The average Black American lives far better than 90% of the human population on Earth. A lot of you Blacks make over $100,000 a year. You drive expensive cars. You got nice jewelry and clothes. Man, let's be honest about it. America is heaven on earth. So it's funny when you hear people like trying to be victims, man. It is comedy, man. I almost cried laughing when I was listening to this old hoe. I said, oh my God. I said, I can't believe she's talking like this. But man, you see a lot of go ahead.
No, I think that the most interesting part about that was that they gave or said her accolades, right? Oh, you did this, you was in this movie, blah, blah, blah. And what about race? And it was like, why couldn't we just keep it on the positive of the achievements that this woman made, much rather than, oh, what was the racial disparities that you experienced? This woman is 70, 80 years old. What are we talking about that right now in 2026 for? What's the point? and clearly it's just propaganda. But it's like, why even go down that route when you just gave her all of these praises, all of these accolades, these achievements that she did during a time where racism was clear and evident, and then just discarding it in order to keep a talking point going.
You asking me?
I think that I don't know if it'll ever happen. I would like to see it happen, but until Black people let go of the victimhood that comes with being Black and stop using that as a talking point, it is sad. I see it happen. You know, those street interviews where brothers will go ask women what kind of men you like, and then the women will say, you know, oh, I like Black men, and then Black men will be on some like, oh, you like Black men, almost like they're shocked, you know. And I think that that's just something that for whatever reason we hold dear, especially in this country. It's almost like you don't feel maybe that you should be experiencing life, you know, normally. It's a weird type of exchange, a type of energy per se. I honestly don't know why, but until we let it go.
True Table, I did a live stream a while back, and I said that the schools brainwash us, these movies brainwash us. We're brainwashed so much in the media to be victims and to, you know, believe that the white man is this big boogeyman. Man, I'm starting to believe, man, you might have some crazy Negroes out here that might actually hang themselves, unhang themselves, and say, I was lynched. They take a photo of themselves. I think that's how crazy some of these people are. Like, they want to be victims so bad, they hang themselves at this point and then lie. But yeah, so yeah, it's a fleeting asset, or it's a fleeting commodity, one of the two. And you know, with the world opening up, you know, you see America becoming not a cesspool, but you see a lot of people coming over to America winning that aren't white, that aren't Black, that are Indian and African. You have no more excuses in America at this point. So, you know, this victimization stuff is bullshit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that's what you guys were talking about earlier, but yeah. Yeah.
All right. Anybody else got anything to add?
I always think it's really wild that the truth becomes victimization. Like, it's not like telling the truth is the excuse for doing nothing, unless unless the truth is the excuse, and then they stop there. But most people who speak about what has happened, and a lot of times is still happening right here on this soil, it's just a truth. Like, what is wrong with telling the truth about the things that are happening? Because acknowledging that things are happening helps you work against a system that was designed to work against you. It's not that you can't make it. It's not that you're resting in some type of victimhood. It is a truth. And far too often, educated Negroes are the ones who are telling people that they are victimizing themselves by just speaking on the things that are happening. We have actual things in this country that happen because how many white people do you know have been told that they are overqualified for a position, yet Black people get met with that far too often? We work, we get the credentials that we need to do these things, and God forbid we are overachievers and we get a lot of education and experience. Now we're met with we're overqualified. Well, when's the last time you heard a white person be told that they are overqualified? They just get the position because they qualify for it. I'm just trying to understand, like, when are we going to stop applying the word victim to people who just tell the truth? These things are happening.
I think that we need to be very responsible on who we listen to, because I don't disagree with what you're saying from the standpoint, Bo, that things occur. I think we need to vet what occurs. When I talk to most of my people and I ask you, looking like me, you looking like you, and through your daily life, and you're just doing things, what is preventing you from actually taking advantage of this said Americas? And most of the time, what you hear is that they feel like they're being discriminated against, or maybe they feel that something occurred without having all the backing and the proven knowledge to be able to really stand firm on something, or that someone may have frowned at them or gave them, a side look. But I ask, I'm like, I'll pass it to you, CT. Just give me like 30 seconds. When do you walk into a restaurant or a hotel, or you go try to rent a car, just because you look like you, they clearly give you no service, or they, close the shop? And typically that doesn't happen. And I think that's what we need to do, is be a little bit more responsible on who we're listening to. Because most of our people, unfortunately, are very much victimized in their mind and emotional, and when they deliver their messaging. And I'll land.
Well, true. And to the people on the panel, first of all, women shouldn't even be in a position where they have to be told that they're overqualified. The only place you should be qualified to do is domestic work, cooking, cleaning, taking care of kids, being a wife. Why would a woman, my God, even want to be in corporate America, let alone a black man? If you're a black man with education and supposedly you're overqualified, why not just build your own institutions? Or there are about 1 billion black people on the planet. Akene is from Nigeria. There's about 300 million Nigerians. Why not just go to a black nation and build a business and use your supposedly overqualified education to build over there and get clients over there? I mean, that's what no offense, but I hate to say this, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but it may come off. Women are not qualified for these types of conversations, man. Men are supposed to seize the day. Men are supposed to protect their own institutions. Men are supposed to provide for their own people. If I was the white man, I'd tell your black ass, hey man, I don't want you. I would be absolutely racist if I was white. I would only want white people working for me. To be completely honest with you, I think that black people should be the same way. Build your own institutions. You know, how many fraternity brothers of mine have accountant degrees. As soon as they graduated, they go running trying to work for the big threes, the KPMGs, Deloitte. I say, why don't you blacks? Why don't you just build your own goddamn consulting firm, your own accounting firm? Why are you trying to always run around these white people? Why not? Because, man, that's because you're begging another man for money. To be honest with you, man, why not just build your own thing? The white man to have your black ass in some room. Hey, Tyrone, for 6 months we're gonna train you on how to make a sales call and blah blah blah. White man give you a script, and you look at the script. Why don't you just do that for yourself and get your own clients and build your own consulting firm? I've done that before. Same thing. Hey, look, I would even argue this to the gentleman on the panel. In my opinion, the biggest company that the blacks should make right now is trash companies. All these little trashy ass communities and stuff in the hoods. Oh man, you can make a killing, man, if you get grants from the government or if you get your own blacks to invest in it. But I'll even say this, and I'm trying to be as polite as possible. At the end of the day, sweetheart, most women either work for the government or they work for some, they work for either the government or they work for some sort of government adjacent job. This whole thing about being overqualified, that's romantic stuff from the movies. You can't, you gonna be overqualified for working for the schools? Or, I don't get it. There's no such thing as just overqualified for women. Women can never be overqualified. You just don't have the brain power for it. You just don't. And that goes for mostly all women, black women, white women. Ain't no exceptional women, to be completely honest with you, outside of the household. But inside the household, be exceptional there. This is a bad message, man. It's a very bad message on your part.
I don't know. I'm not sure if you can read, but my name is Bohem Noir. And if you can't pronounce Bohem Noir, it is Bo. I don't think that Bohem starts with an S. So sweetheart wasn't it. And I know that was a nice try. That was cute. But that's not how you pronounce my name. And I just wanted to be clear on that. Now, here's my response, because there were a lot of trigger words and I know what you're doing. And it was real nice. It was very nice. It was very well articulated. I loved how you did that, because that was a very artful, poetic way of trying to trigger women. And I think you did on some level somewhere. Now, before I respond for real, I do want to read this. In our time, too many Negroes go to school to memorize certain facts to pass examinations for jobs. After they obtain these positions, they pay little attention to humanity. This attitude of the educated Negro towards the masses results partly from the general trend of all persons towards selfishness, but it works more disastrously among the Negroes than among the whites because the lower class of the latter have so much more opportunity. Now, what I will say is that I wasn't aware. I would have been much more prepared if I knew that we had someone of this aptitude coming here. If I knew that we had someone here that was capable of speaking the way this man is speaking. I would have been much more prepared for that. But it doesn't matter what you feel like women should do. And if we are capable for conversations like this, here we are. My face is right here. I am in the conversation. So whether you like it or not, this is where we are. And you're going to have to accept it. Women are in corporate America. We do much more than teach and have nurses and nurseries. You are here. And it would be nice if you existed in a world where we are here. But in the event that you do not want to, it is of no consequence. We do not care. We are going to go after the jobs that we want to go after. We are going to excel where we want to excel because we can. And until you men actually want to be providers, because you don't, we will continue to provide for ourselves because we have to. We don't have a choice. Otherwise, the women that have not married, do not have any husbands or husbands who have passed on, we would be homeless or in group homes somewhere. I don't know what you would have us do. It's of no consequence because we're here now. So you don't have to exist in the world. But I think that it's very interesting that you only see women as homemakers, women that are just supposed to have children and take care of their household, that men are not providing. But if you could get your fellow men there across the board, we might could have a conversation at that point. Until then, if the men are not really providers because they whining and crying because the women need the money that they chose to impregnate and marry, they whining about gold diggers until they stop doing that. I don't think you have much of an argument, sir.
Yeah, I gotta ask you a question, bro. Because I'm not used to like sometimes I would say just recently, that's when I started like paying attention to it. So in Nigeria, when we talk to women, especially in my tribe, at the end of the conversation, if we just try to like make what we call soft landing with her through argument or discussion, we use the word nne. Nne is NNE. It can be used in so it has different meanings, but one of the meaning is sweetheart. But that's in my language. Nne means sweetheart in English. Why is it that I just want to know this? Why is it that whenever a woman is called in America sweetheart, it becomes a trigger word? Why is that?
It's okay. So it's not a trigger word. If True called me sweetheart, no problem. If Hink did, absolutely no problem. Although I'm sure he reserves that word for his wife for sure. If Mont did it, no problem. Cool. Great. JR, Willie, any one of the men that I actually respect, right? That I know actually respect me. But he was specifically using it to insult and demean me. That sweetheart thing, Men like that do not mean it in a respectful way. He is meaning that he's saying that to put me in my place, which is beneath him. And it's not a triggering word. He used it how he used it. He was meaning to insult me and belittle me. Even maybe even if you used it, Ikane. I'm saying that right? Ikane, right? Is my inflection right? I'm cool, great. Even if
Instead
you
of
said it, I wouldn't
instead of
take much.
instead of check this out. Instead of E, that E, right, is A.
Uh-huh.
Say it
Ekene.
again. Instead,
Ekene? Is that right?
yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. Ekene.
Because I really want to get your name right. But even if you said it to me, I probably wouldn't take it as an insult. But because he just said that women should only be excelling in the kitchen and in the home, he meant it as an insult. He meant it to degrade me and demean me.
All right, just go ahead and the super chats. You know, see anybody else want to say anything else? All right, super chats.
It's crazy. She just sat up here and degraded men for the past 4 hours, and he say "sweetheart," and somehow she's. It's crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy. If you have something to say about something that somebody says about you, then speak on it. The fact that you feel like because you took something, she should take something is what's crazy.
Oh, I've spoken up on it, so I don't even know what you mean by
So
that.
everybody would speak up on what they feel disrespected about. The thing is that everybody has to understand is when you say something, the only thing you can control is what comes out of your mouth. You can't control how somebody else takes it. So if she takes sweetheart as disrespect, then it's disrespect. It doesn't matter what anybody else feels. The same way she could tell you that what you took as disrespect isn't disrespectful. That's not going to invalidate the fact that you feel disrespected.
All right.
Okay.
Ekene, $5. This idiot should not disrespect me for spending my money on this platform. Disrespect me to my accent, to my face, and I will F you up. I'm in Dallas on site. $5. If you're not an illegal immigrant or in the way of government officials doing their duty, you don't have anything to worry about. Sound like a big ass child. Again, $2. Don't matter where they look. If you're legit, no worry. Again, $2. Then just get mad when their crimes get caught. You get $2. Hink. You always have a place to return to. Kelvin Cook, $66, $75. All these distractions to keep us from coming together. When has defending illegal problems become our concern? Do you want a family or not, shorty? Leslie, $47, $57, $5. Fulton, Georgia is now a city and no longer a country. By the decree, a pretty outsider, LOL. DKNA, $5. There are over 25 million illegal white immigrants in the U.S. No one actually speaks about it, mostly in Florida and Alabama. It's always political. Again, $5. Average intellectual. The liberals fought for them, so they sent them to them. They live in black communities because it's cheaper, not a big conspiracy. Again, $2. Civilians think how they feel about SHIT matters. Dedicated to my children's future. Also a member, give the Lapeef Network membership. Thank you. Again, $2. Ninjas more mad at ICE than illegal immigrants. Many face God, $5. Bo, if you know you're stupid, why are you talking? $2. Trump, such trash, but she lost to him though. Big Ants, $11.71 to Knowledge. Isn't it funny how not pretty or intellectual when everyone to be quiet when she talking, but don't have the fortitude to shut the F up and let someone else finish. Mills, 0040, $2. Nice show as usual, and all the ladies looking nice. $4.99. No one set her up. She played herself, telling us that Zombie was fit to run president when he knew better. She got right up there and vouched for him. Again, with the $1.99. Why one person talks for 3 to 5 minutes? Her pop. Such a Chicago really, man. He gives us Lapeef Network memberships. Salute to you, brother. Thank you, brother. Summer Sunshine, 41.19, $2. Left wing or right wing, part of the same beast, evil. $10. The Republicans who control all three branches of government are not keeping men out of a women's bathrooms in 2026. They just said they're against it. Again with the $2. So birth control don't exist. I'm confused. Again, $2. Marry before you carry. Why murder on the table? Gentleman status, a member, 199. Only got one vote. Gotta love that from Trigger. The business bully, 199. I hate big back reasoning. Listen, learn to listen. Being at 1171, $10. Are you gonna come on JR's platform and try to tell people on someone else's platform who can't talk? When was the last time you say anything of substance? And what the hell on Chaotic Head? Leslie, 4757. $5. The nerve of both to complain about CT when pretty insufferable is our ally. The irony shaking my head. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Appreciate you coming up, Chaotic. And everybody that has dropped off. Ikene, thank you. Ms. Bougie, wake up. Wake up. Some of that, it might be dark over there. Y'all make sure y'all stay safe out there. I know some of y'all have to, unfortunately, be around y'all kids for the next day or two. Nothing wrong with that. Make sure y'all entertain them. Teach them something. Some of y'all got e-learning. Be involved in some form of fashion. Don't just have them sitting there all day and you doing your thing. Kids are our future, right? Make it count where it counts. That being said, y'all support everybody on the platform. Thank you guys. Hit the like button on your way out. We'll see you guys next week. And we are out.